Get on your feet. Now time is over with the quickness. Can I get a witness like Jehovah? Amen. Keep it up till I say when. Now I'm busting out the playpen. It's the era of Jake Rivera. Sparking revolutions like in one ton of mirror. Like Nora getting plagued from the hands of the creator. Locust devouring all the hocus pocus. Focus on the most but the curious unload. Content under pressure. About to explode like Lufarino. Mean and green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual who did you well. I kid you not. I need you stop if you got to scheme. Cause my team bring the steam like a wonder from an oasis. And the race is right. Now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is futile. We got momentum approval. It meant that defenses cause our views get futile. It's brutal. So expensive, pen speed, and every ball was all suspended sentence.
Self-suppression of evidence will be met with full
And you
assurance.
can hesitate, penance, cause like the president, your 10 hands. Your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in the message, yes, you guessed it.
Are we who come in the name of J?
Our word spreads like
Oh,
cocaine.
I declare.
It's a state of emergency, the president understands. So don't expect the reality, depend on me, my enemy. It's enough for everything.
You can't resist the skin.
So give yourself a movement, it's still feel the more emotional on your seat.
Cross, cautiously. You can't deny the force.
No, you
You
can't.
can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you
You
can't.
can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you
You
can't.
can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never feel though I stayed all night. I got a ride. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. gonna stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
R.I.P.
Round
Todd.
robin. Your questions, comments, wagers, give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Down up in these streets, nobody left to spend. Still thinking about the night before my praise on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd and flashing blue red lights. I'd love to see the college of some
Week 11 of the NFL is now in full effect after the controversial game on Thursday night with the injuries involved with the Ravens and the Bengals. We are fully immersed deep into November football as we are right on the edge of Thanksgiving. This is the Round Robin, your Sunday morning breakdown of the entire NFL slate. We cover it all: touchdown scores, props, alternative lines, survivor pool, fantasy. We'll go through the whole gamut over the course of the next 4 hours. Dave Del Grande, a nice long conversation with him. He's with Field Level Media out in the San Francisco Bay Area. So we'll get the pulse on everything out there in California and get his thoughts on everything pretty much in the NFL with him. A good conversation yesterday that we recorded for the show. Obviously, we don't wake him up at 4 o'clock Pacific time, so we will knock that conversation out here shortly. The Ant-Man, Nephew Dave, in the studio as well. Later on, we should have a full house to look at this NFL card. Here on the Round Robin, broadcasting from our lovely studios in Chicks Beach, Virginia Beach, the United States of America, just after 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's get you up to date on how we look standings-wise, how we look with weather, and how we look with your first look at the overnight line movement in the NFL. We'll start with all of that first. No line movement in Green Bay, where it is, balmy, not too bad for the Chargers and the Packers. With Green Bay, a underdog at home today, +3 for them. 43.5 is the total there. And I think what you're going to find is we have actually pretty nice temperatures across the board for this time of the year, with the exception of potentially the night games. A little bit cooler in Denver, and then maybe rain in the forecast here
and Kansas City for the game with the Eagles tomorrow night. Beautiful day in the east coast of Florida, Jacksonville, laying 6.5. That line is actually down from 7 overnight. Over under is now 39.5. So that line, I think, has just dropped. To be honest, I think on the ticker, we have 40. I could be wrong about that. Let's see if I can see that real quick. Yeah, we already passed that game on the ticker. I'll catch that in a minute. But 6.5 and 39.5 for the Jaguars. But beautiful day down there, 77 degrees and sunny. All right, so low over under on a nice day there. We're in the 80s, sunny skies with the Raiders and the Dolphins. The Dolphins laying 13.5, 45.5. Dave Del Grande is a big Raiders fan. All week I've been hearing how the Dolphins are going to pound the living hell out of the Raiders. They're carrying much of the public bet handle and a wise guy handle, if you want to call them the wise guys. So everyone's on the Dolphins today. We'll see how that works out for Miami. Beautiful day down there in South Beach. The Cowboys and Panthers, everyone thinks that North Carolina could be one of those colder states. I lived in North Carolina for a year, and let me tell you, it's about 10 degrees warmer than Virginia here in the wintertime, and they have a 67-degree beautiful afternoon in Charlotte, the Queen City, for the Cowboys in town, laying 10.5 over under 41.5 with Carolina. Two dome teams will lock heads in Houston with the Texans, a big win last week over the Bengals, which I gladly called on this show, laying 5.5 with the Texans, 48.5. The Cardinals in town. Kyler Murray and crew get the win over the Falcons last week. So maybe a little mojo for the Arizona Cardinals as they exit tank status and try to get a win on the road at Houston this afternoon. Big game in the AFC North with the Steelers and the Browns. Now, this line has moved overnight, is now up to 2.5. I was thinking this was going to swing potentially into the Steelers' favor, and we might have our system play, which is 2-0 on the year. We've had, I think, 7 last year. We were 7-0, 2-0 this year. The system play being where you have a team with a same or worse record in the division as a road team who's the favorite. And this line was hovering right around even, 1.5 for the Browns. I was thinking because of DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the quarterback for the Browns, the rookie, maybe getting fed to the Wolves here. It's not like he's going against the USC defense. Okay, so the Steelers in town for Cleveland with the rookie quarterback, but the Browns taking money overnight. That line now up to 2.5. Over under 32.5. Now, you know me, I like to play my overs for sure. But, there's an old saying that goes, whenever you take an under, you're starting the bet as a winner, if you ever think of it that way. So, not many bets you can start the day off as a winner when you take the under. And if you bet under 34 points of games here since 2015, you are 7-0. How about that in the last 8 years? So low over-unders don't usually get there, moral of the story. 1 o'clock game, and nice conditions in Cleveland as well. For Cleveland anyway, 50 degrees, 10-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, that might as well be a summer day there. The Giants and Commanders. Commanders now up to 9.5. Over-under is 37.5. DeVito will be the quarterback for the Giants. The Commanders have been somewhat of an over team here for the most part. At least I feel like they play that way. Now they have the offense, and trading away the D-line here might open it up for Barkley a little bit. We shall see. But this over-under has trickled up from 36.5 to 37.5 as if we have a nice day in Washington. We're inside the Dome in Detroit with the Lions and the Bears. The Lions minus 7.5. The over-under for this game is 47.5. Justin Fields back in the lineup for Chicago. Bagnet, or Bagent, we call him Bagnet on the show because we didn't know his name, but Bagent didn't do too bad for the Bears overall. So mild quarterback controversy, I don't know. But the Lions, if you're in a survivor pool and you still have them, they'd be a great candidate, I think, this afternoon. So 7.5 the line with the Lions, 47.5 the total there in Detroit. Later on today, this is the one place, and it was raining yesterday with Dave Del Grande when I was talking to him. So let me get the San Francisco weather. We don't need any kind of curveballs on that, but it looks like mostly clear skies. This afternoon, 63 degrees in the Bay Area. So beautiful afternoon if you're watching the Buccaneers and the 49ers live. San Fran laying 12.5. That's always been a weird number for me. I always feel like the underdogs cover that. And that line is up to 11.5 from 11.5. And the over-under is 41.5 in that game. Bucks 49ers, 4:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we're now back down to the 3 games at 4 o'clock in the Eastern window. Seattle and the Rams at 4:25. The Rams -1.5 and 46.5. So this line has moved in favor of the Rams a little bit, up from 1 anyway. So the Rams, the favorite. We'll see if Pete Carroll and company can build off that win at home over Washington last week. Rams coming off a bye. Matthew Stafford back in the fold for Los Angeles. SoFi Stadium, the location for this one. And in the series lately, has all been unders and the Rams. So remember that. The Rams just have the Seahawks number. So we'll see what everyone thinks about that as we go through the course of the morning. Night game in Denver with Minnesota and the Broncos. Now let me get the updated weather forecast because yesterday it looked like we were fine, but we need to watch it because we've had bad weather moving from west to east, and it looks like it will still be good. Clear skies, high of 59, low of 38. It looks like the rain should move in later in the day. Well, it looks like there's a chance for it to go up, actually, as the evening goes along. So we shall see. Conflicting reports kind of on that. So we might get some raindrops. We may. So be aware of that later on. 41 now down from 42 is the over-under, and the spread now up to 3 with Denver, where they were laying 2 earlier in the week. So it's going towards Denver and the under right now. And then on the Monday night game, we have the Chiefs hosting the Eagles. Weather is a potential there. This line is solid at Chiefs -2.5 and 45.5. All right, so line movement, the major line movement we've had overnight so far is Cleveland taking money. A little bit of buyback on Arizona at Houston. Let's see here. A little bit of buyback on Tennessee at Jacksonville. That's kind of really the main stuff. And it looks like the Commanders have climbed a little bit too. I was thinking they were 8.5 yesterday. Now, I could be wrong about that. Just might have that number mixed up, but it seems to me that they opened lower than 9.5. Okay. So let me get your standings up here real quick. Just one bit of information I'm not exactly prepared for with you guys this morning, because this all definitely matters. Because everyone's in it for the most part is really how it breaks down. But in the divisions right now, Miami is in the lead by 1 game over the Bills. Miami 6-3, Bills 5-5, and the Jets right back in it. Really, still at 4-5, even though they haven't done well here lately. I mean, they are still just a game and a half out. New England on the bye week, 2-8 for them. Other teams on the bye are the Falcons, Saints, and Colts as well. Ravens with a win moved to 8-3. So it's going to be a catch-up scenario for Steelers or Browns, whoever can win that game this afternoon. Both of those teams 6-3. Cincinnati down to 5-5. And Joe Burrow is out for the season. So Jake Browning will be the Bengals' quarterback moving forward. Burrow with the hand, we will not see him. Probably, maybe he could come back for the playoffs, but I don't think we'll see him here for the rest of the regular season. So a big mountain to climb there for Cincinnati. Jacksonville is 6-3. They are the leaders in the AFC South, but the Texans and Colts right behind them. Houston could find themselves in a tie for first place today if the Titans can get the win on the road. And the Titans could tighten up everything, really, if they win that game. They are the last place team, 3-6. Indianapolis 5-5. Kansas City is 7-2. Raiders 5-5. Chargers 4-5. Need a win. Maybe the biggest game of the year for the Chargers in a very deep AFC game, AFC conference. They can't afford to lose this interconference matchup at Green Bay this afternoon. They need to get the 500 to stay in contention. Denver 4-5 as well, so they've rebounded nicely after their poor start. In the NFC, Eagles 8-1, Cowboys 6-3, and then it drops off after that. Lions are 7-2. Minnesota trying to keep pace at 6-4, but the Lions could pull away if things go right for them today. Big favorites is still to win that division. The Saints 5-5, Buccaneers 4-5, Falcons 4-6, Carolina 1-8. So that's how your NFC South breaks down. We have a tie for the lead in the NFC West. I thought Seattle relinquished that lead until I reviewed these standings last week in my conversation with Del Grande. So I apologize with that. They are tied for the lead with San Fran, 6-3 for both of them. The Rams at 3-6 could sneakily kind of get back into it if they win against Seattle and the Buccaneers can pull off a big upset in San Francisco Levi Stadium this afternoon. Santa Clara, I should say, is where the stadium is, about a 45-minute drive from San Fran. And the Cardinals at 2-8. We mentioned their one win last week. As far as wild card goes, right now your playoff teams would be these, actually. So Kansas City and Baltimore. Right now, Kansas City, just by percentage points, has the top spot, although they've played 2 less games than Baltimore. So Baltimore still with a bye to come. Kansas City, Baltimore, 1-2. Jacksonville would be your 3rd seed. Miami would be your 4th seed. And then your 3 playoff teams right now would be Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and Houston. Houston has a half-game lead over 4 teams vying for that last wild card spot right now. That would be Indianapolis, the Raiders, the Bengals, and the Bills. And then teams 1 game back of the wild card are the Chargers, Jets, and Broncos. Just 2 games back are the Titans, and there are the lonely Patriots all the way down at the bottom at 2-8. So wide open still for all these teams in the AFC to make the playoffs. In the NFC, a bunch of the same, really. A little bit more separation, but really kind of the same story. Eagles, 8-1 overall. Lions, 7-2. The 49ers are 6-3. So they would be the 3 seed right now. Eagles and Lions would be 1-2. The Saints would be your 4th seed by virtue of whatever tiebreakers they have. Really, we just need all these buys to kind of settle out to get all these teams back on even terms with games played. It will make much more sense then. Seahawks, 5th seed right now. Cowboys would be the 6th seed. I mean, as good as the Cowboys have been, they would just be the 6th overall seed right now. Vikings would be the 7th team there in the playoffs right now. Now, they have a game and a half lead, a little bit more separation. But you do have a pack of teams that are kind of close that need to kind of keep up. That would be Tampa Bay, Washington, and Atlanta. Atlanta will maybe gain ground if the Vikings can lose tonight. If Tampa Bay can lose, the Falcons could actually be winners on the day without even playing. And then you have Green Bay, the Rams, Bears, all with 3 wins. 2 wins for the Giants and Cardinals, and Carolina at 1-8. So that's where we stand with the standings. Basically, the NFC would be set in stone, a little bit more of separation from the pack right behind them, and the AFC is completely wide open, must win for everyone across the board. All right, so let's get right to our conversation with Dave Del Grande. We'll go ahead and pull him up. Let me get my little banner for him. Yep, there we go. All good to go. So let's get in it with Mr. Del Grande from Castro Valley, California. He is our expert here on the West Coast. Our focus will be the NFC West and the AFC West, and we'll touch on all the topics of all the teams along the way. Slow news week, so we'll leave out some NBA. We'd like to get he's a big basketball guy, so I'd like to get a couple footnotes on that as we go, which there is a huge NBA slate today too, for sure. But without further ado, from Castro Valley, California, with Field Level Media, Mr. Dave Del Grande. All right, let's see. I feel like it's been somewhat of a slow news week, but your Oakland A's, I guess they're officially off to Vegas, right? That's a done deal?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a done deal. I mean, it's been approved by the major league owners. Now it's a matter of, I think part of the agreement is the A's have to inform the league where they're going to be playing their games. And the new stadium is not going to be ready till 2028.
Right.
And they have 1 year remaining on their lease at the Coliseum, the Oakland Coliseum. So next season, as awkward as it might be, they're pretty much set to play there. But 2025, 26, and 27, that's a long time to not have a stadium anywhere. And so the question is, where are they going to play? And Major League Baseball wants to know that before they actually, put the final stamp of approval on that. And the choices aren't great. I mean, Las Vegas has a minor league stadium that they're talking about, expanding in some way, to make, to at least get 20,000 people in there or whatever. But, it's an outdoor stadium in the middle of the summer. They're not crazy about playing Major League Baseball games there with that kind of weather. And there's really no other options in the San Francisco Bay Area. I mean, the Giants aren't going to share their stadium. And there isn't another stadium around here. The college stadiums are very small. So, I mean, there's talk about them possibly playing in Sacramento, where the minor league stadium is halfway decent. It's still, questionable. I mean, I'm sure they'll get it done, and maybe they'll play. I even heard someone say, well, why don't they just play in Mexico City for 3 years? They got a real stadium there. They'd love to have a team for 3 years. And, don't be surprised if a real wild card like that comes into play. I mean, that seems to be really far-fetched. But, maybe it's, in Los Angeles, find play at the LA Coliseum or, I mean, just some place where they could actually, put 20,000 people, 25,000 people or whatever, and Major League Baseball would approve it. I mean, there's a lot of small towns out there that would love to have Major League Baseball, even as a rental. We kind of saw this with Buffalo when the Blue Jays were looking for a stadium there for a while. They loved it when the team was there. Obviously, you've got all the spring training sites, but again, they're kind of small. And they already have a team in town there. So, it's a T that hasn't been crossed yet.
They're a team I've followed my whole life, mainly because my little league team were the Oakland A's, or were the A's, the Virginia Beach A's, or whatever the heck we were. And that was era of, Dave Stewart, Ricky Henderson, Canseco, McGuire, LaRussa. Just a very likable team for me as a kid. So I've always liked the A's. I don't think much of the nation really cares if the team moves or not, but what does that mean for the area where you're at?
Well, it's just another slap in the face of an area that lost the Raiders not once but twice.
Right.
Lost the Warriors. Now, granted, they lost the Warriors just across the bay, but that's they went to a completely different world there. It's a completely different fan base. But at least the Bay Area fans, still have the Warriors to root for. And now here's the A's, who has far, far, far less of a following than the Raiders and even the Warriors. But there's a loyal following that's, really hot and bothered by this. And that's all understandable. But the fact is, even when, and I'm a big A's fan, but I'm a different kind of A's fan. I'm kind of more realistic. I'm going to root for the A's like I do the Raiders, no matter where they play. I don't go to a whole lot of games. Heck, I didn't go to any games this year. And it wasn't because I was boycotting anything or whatever. You know what? I'll just watch it on TV. It's kind of the way most of us, watch baseball these days. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just as much of a fan as anybody else. But the fact is, the A's don't have a lot of fans. Even when the A's were doing really well, their TV ratings were terrible. Their revenue, non-attendance revenue was terrible. They can't get sponsorships. They couldn't sell their stadium rights. I mean, you look around the Coliseum, and there's just the signage that you see all over the place at these parks, especially in San Francisco. Companies are paying millions of dollars a year to get their big sign up there on the giant scoreboard. The A's, couldn't give that space away. So it's been, they're on the San Francisco Bay Area here has two, for the lack of a better term, sports channels. One is the big boy channel, one is the little boy channel. Well, guess which one has the Giants and which one has the A's? And it's not like, the A's have, kind of given up in recent years. This has been the case for, forever. And so the TV ratings on the A's, even when they were really good, were not good. And so they just haven't had the revenue. And for all the fans here, oh my God, it's one of those things where a special event happens and, 10 million people say they saw it when only 50,000 people were there. It's kind of like everybody's coming out of the woodwork. Oh, poor A's. I've been a fan for, 30 years or whatever. It's like, no, you haven't. You haven't, you haven't been watching them on TV. You haven't been watching, going to any of the games. You haven't been buying any of their gear. Your company hasn't been sponsoring, provided any sponsorship. This is all phony. I mean, to feel sorry for the city of Oakland, for the loyal A's fans here, and I'm, that you probably could count on, 100 hands, because there aren't more than 10,000 loyal A's fans in the entire 7 million people in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's so yes, you feel sorry for those people, you feel sorry for the city, but the city brought this upon themselves. I mean, this is a stadium that they built in 1968 and had 4 ownership groups, and basically every one of them complained about the stadium, about needing a new stadium, and they've never built one. And it cost them the Raiders, and then they came back and they changed the stadium to satisfy the Raiders in some way. They built what was called Mount Davis, to provide more seats for the Raiders, and that blocked the view of the Oakland Hills. And the A's fans complained about that, so it actually made it a worse stadium for baseball. So it's I'm like I said, I think it's a good thing for the A's to move. It immediately doubles the value of their franchise. And the biggest problem with the A's right now, without any question, is the ownership. I mean, the guy, John Fisher, is in it for the money. And there's no doubt about it. He does not care at all about the quality of the product. In fact, the worse the quality of the product, the more he shares, and the money that the league gives out to the bad, the small market or the small revenue teams, right? And so, I mean, it's just terrible. I just hope that, like everybody else, I just hope he sells the team. And to me, it seems logical that if you have a team that's worth, $1.2 billion in Oakland and a team that's worth $2.2 billion in Las Vegas, well, move to Las Vegas, double your value of the team, and then sell it. And then he cashes out, he makes his big money, and then the team, now all of a sudden, has kind of like the Raiders. The value of the Raiders went way up when they moved from Oakland to Las Vegas, and now you can compete for free agents, which is what it takes to win in baseball, obviously these days. So I think that my personal opinion as an A's fan, or not an A's fan, is that this move definitely helps the A's become a better team.
The new stadium, I believe, is an open air stadium. I mean, last time I checked in Vegas in July, it's like 125 degrees or something like that. Is that a mistake? Does this need to be an indoor stadium?
I mean, I'm not sure. It's open air, but it's got some kind of retractable, roof on it that covers. I don't know. I've only seen pictures of it. It's a weird looking thing. But I do know. I heard an interesting story about the Raiders stadium. Now, granted, it's an indoor stadium, but through technology, they've created an air conditioning system that is, so self-sufficient, or whatever the term would be, that it's almost free. I mean, it's technology has grown these days to the point where I'm not going to be surprised to hear that the A's outdoor stadium is air conditioned. You certainly would air condition everything about it, the dugouts, the seats, everything except for what's in the middle of the field. But I'm wondering if in some way, shape, or form, the way technology is going, if they can't figure out a way to, I don't know how they would do it.
Right.
You put, I guess it's one of those things where, when the mist things that you walk through, sometimes you go to
the cool zone, I think.
Put some of these things over the top of the stadium, and have mist falling. I don't know how they would do it, but I think that's going to be overstated. I don't think it's going to be a problem. Obviously, they're going to be playing all their games at night, which doesn't solve the problem, but it lessens the issue. And we're talking about, 2028. We're still talking about 4 or 5 years away. I think that I think every new stadium that's built basically these days is an incredible work of technology. And I just think that every new stadium moving forward is going to be even better than the ones we've seen. So many people talk about SoFi Stadium and all the great things about that, and Vegas, the Raiders' new stadium in Vegas. By 2028, those stadiums are going to be obsolete. I mean, it's just that's the way that technology is going these days. And so I'm call me an optimist, but I don't think the weather is going to be a huge factor.
Okay, probably have some kind of robot fanning you down while you're sitting.
So who knows? Yeah.
Okay. All right, football heavy. Let's get to it. Week 11 in the NFL. Couple little stories. One that really surfaced the other night with the injuries with Burrow and all that. We'll talk about that in a second. Let me start with Clarissa Thompson. And we've been pretty good about not jumping on mainstream subjects, but you are a respected journalist. Media law and ethics was my favorite class. And there's a standard that you are held up to as a journalist to, report the facts. But this is Clarissa Thompson's, and she is the Amazon host, also on Fox as well. But these are her words, word for word, on what she said. And she's talking about being a sideline reporter, doing like the halftime interviews with the coaches, etc. All right, she says, I've said this before, so I haven't been fired for saying it, but I'll say it again, Thompson said. I would make up the reports sometimes because the coach wouldn't come out at halftime or it was too late. And I was like, well, I don't want to screw up my report. So I was like, I'm just going to make this up. So some of the halftime stuff you may have seen in previous years from Ms. Thompson just may be a product of her imagination. Again, you are a respected journalist, the best one that I know, Mr. Dave Del Grande. Any issues with Thompson, I guess falsifying her reports at halftime is a fair way to say it anyway.
Well, certainly. I mean, I'm not surprised. I've been in similar situations, obviously, when you're a beat reporter or any kind of reporter covering games. There are certain things that that you just don't know. I'll give you an example. I was one of 3 reporters on site on the day Latrell Sprewell choked PJ Carlos.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay. Now, this happened. We weren't allowed to watch practice, which is more commonplace today than it was back then. But PJ didn't allow us to watch practice, which was fine. So we sat in this little media room, literally an open door away from the practice facility. I mean, so I'm literally, I don't know, 100 feet from where this is happening, but you have no idea that it's happening, right? And then the practice ends, right? And Sprewell, had not, he'd had some problems earlier in the season, and he was someone you kind of kept an eye on. When we went out to every day at the end of practice, they always shot free throws. Last thing they did, they shot free throws, and they allowed the media to come out while they were doing that. So you could kind of count bodies and see, where's Weber today? He sprained his ankle last night, and he's out. Oh, that was our best way of, seeing who was injured and who was not. Well, we'd walk out there and Sprewell wasn't shooting free throws, right? And so somebody asked, well, where's Spree? And PJ said, well, this part of practice isn't mandatory. And I mean, here he had just been choked by him, 15 minutes earlier. And he stands up in front of us and says, this part of practice isn't mandatory, so he doesn't need to be here now. And so it's like, okay, but what, I mean, literally he had marks on his neck, right? And somebody joked, bad day shaving today, PJ, right. and he laughed, and he didn't say a word about what had happened and where Sprewell was. Anyway, the point being that we all had to come up with a story somehow, some way, and some people had great sources and others didn't, and yet we all had to have a story somehow. So you'd be surprised to find out. And it happens more today than ever before in this day of Woj breaking, stories about trades that are happening, and then the beat writer, being told, hey, Woj is saying the Warriors just traded Curry, and we need a story. And you make a couple of calls, and of course the Warriors aren't confirming it, and you can't get a hold of Curry, but you need a story. So bang, hey, I got my story for tomorrow. So, Warriors sources are telling me that the Curry's been traded to the Clippers. No, they didn't. You're making that up. You're trusting Woj as being correct. So anyway, my point is you only have access to a certain amount of things, and there's pressure on you to get stories. And even in the case of this halftime, interviews and what have you, what do we learn coming out of when the reporter tells you, "Ooh, I just walked with the coach onto the field."
And show and tell,
Yeah, he told me they were going to, really emphasize running the ball in the second half. Yeah, right. He's going to come out and tell. Why doesn't he just tell you his first 5 plays while he's at it? And then they come out in the first play, they throw the ball.
Right,
and so
right.
so they're not telling you anything. And some, obviously, some coaches like Popovich, these kinds of people, they make a mockery of this. It's almost embarrassing for the reporter.
Right.
So anyway, my point is that I think she's really stupid to say something like that publicly, because that is something that's going to get you fired. But it's true. It's true that I'm sure, a lot of people make this stuff up. I mean, again, you see this. You see coaches running off the field at halftime. You see coaches coming back on the field after halftime, and there's no set rule in terms of, well, you got to come out 5 minutes before kickoff to give the reporter time to talk to you. Now, sometimes, the coach comes running out, 2 minutes before kickoff. The last thing he wants to do is stop and answer some stupid questions about, what did you think about that last drive, coach? Like, get out of my way. I got a game going on here. And so it's I don't know. I guess I don't know what I'm not trying to defend her in any way, but what I'm saying is there's a lot of stuff that you read on the internet, the newspapers, that you hear on TV. I mean, basically anything that comes from a source. Don't know who your source is. If Woj reports something, trust that it probably did happen. But 90% of the other people out there, when they, my sources are telling me something, it's probably every bit as made up as anything Thompson has ever said.
Let's get to the injury stuff. Because let's be honest, there's millions of dollars at stake with this kind of thing. Fantasy implications, prop bets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, if I know that Joe Burrow is wearing a soft cast all week long, I'm probably not going to bet him for 2 touchdowns. We had the issue with Bijan Robinson a few weeks back as well. And I get it. If you're going to be betting on props and stuff like that, and you lose, like a Mark Andrews to an injury like you did the other night, 5 plays in, well, that's what you get for doing it in the first place, to be honest. I mean, you're kind of linking yourself to that ship, and if it goes down, that's what happens. And I don't complain about that sort of thing. But if a player is hurt and it's not known that he's actually hurt, then that's where I kind of actually do have an issue with it. Again, fantasy implications as well. So that's going to affect your world for sure. The reporting of the injuries, et cetera. And I know it's such a gray area. I mean, all these guys could be listed for something on an injury report every week, right? If they go in to get treatment for 5 minutes on a shoulder, is a shoulder hurt? I mean, you got to list that as well. But what's your take on the whole injury thing and the lack of information about who's actually hurt or not? What's your take on all of that here?
Well, clearly the NFL has been a step ahead of other sports, and obviously so, because they're America's big gambling sport. And let's be honest, this is all about the gambling aspect of the game. Or you mentioned fantasy. I don't really think they care that much about that, but so they want to give the perception that they're above board in all of this, and that the games aren't fixed or whatever. People are always complaining, the referees, they were on the take, they called 15 penalties, and why does New England never get any penalties against them? So they've been a step ahead. They've constructed this whole injury report, and every Wednesday after practice, the coach or the PR guy or whoever has to fill out a report. Who practiced today? Who was limited today? Who was a full go today? And then same with Thursday, and then same with Friday. And then after Friday's practice, then they put a distinction on the guy, whether he is out or questionable or doubtful. Or if guys practice full time on Friday, then he pretty much comes off the report. So they've made that mandatory for the team. I mean, every press conference that you hear with a coach after any of those practices, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, always starts with, "All right, let me tell you about the injuries," and then he runs down his team's injury. You can tell he doesn't enjoy talking about it. He doesn't give a whole lot of specifics, but he'll tell you, "Hey, we got to tell you this. McCaffrey didn't practice today. We held him out to the side. He's got a sore knee. How sore is it, Coach? It's sore." Next question. And so they don't like to talk about this kind of stuff. So you have now I don't know the specifics of the Joe Burrow thing. I'll be the first to admit this, right? But you have a guy who's been at practice. Now, it's been a short week, and practices are kind of different on a short week like they had. But you've had a guy who's been out there at practice, right? And so now if he wasn't participating, that would be on their injury report. And then he would have a distinction going into the game. Burrow was limited at practice because of his wrist. He's probable for the game, or whatever it is. But the fact is, there was no such report, right? And so you're led to believe that he was practicing, that week. Now, again, we're only talking about maybe one practice, right, between a Sunday game and a Thursday game. So it's a harder thing to determine, and they may not even have had a real hard practice. They might have had more of the walkthrough kind of thing where, he didn't have to throw the ball a lot, but yet he was still out there. He's still running the plays. He's taking the snaps and whatever. In my opinion, what happened here was the Cincinnati coach expected Burrow was going to play in the game. No doubt he was going to play. And even though everybody knew his wrist was sore or whatever, it wasn't affecting his status for the game. And even though he was wearing a soft cast or whatever, whatever he was wearing coming off the plane, are we going to report on the 20 guys who had a heating pad on their back during the flight?
Right, exactly.
Everybody's got, these things. Oh, he's got a bandage on his, his eye. What happened to him? It's like, these kinds of things are covered within the rules of reporting, of these injuries and what. And I think, as we saw in the game, once, Burrow went out there before the game, he warmed up, he was fine. No doubt he was going to start. He started the game. You wouldn't have known he had any problems. He threw the ball. I don't know what his numbers were. 15 times in the first half.
Right.
It was like there was no problems. So just based on that information, he didn't deserve. Nobody didn't report something. What were they going to report? That he's got a sore wrist and he might not. He's questionable. Well, that's not true because he's not questionable. He's definitely going to play. And does he have a sore wrist? Well, yes, he does, but that's not a real injury. It's a real injury if it's going to impact your ability, not to your ability to play well in the game, but your ability to be available for the game. And he was available for the game. Heck, he came right out throwing. The last pass he threw went for a touchdown. And before he came out, and all of a sudden is, obviously he had a major injury, And the question is, when did this injury occur? I mean, obviously there was something wrong going in, but how wrong? And did it get worse when he got knocked down and put his hand down, or did it just get worse? He hit his hand on somebody's helmet, or it just got worse because he just overdid it.
Right.
It happens all the time with pitchers. Oh, my shoulder feels fine. A little bit of pain, but I'll be fine. And next thing you know, you go out there and you throw, 50, 100 mile an hour fastballs, and now it's the third inning, and now you go to the manager.
Right.
I can't even lift my arm anymore. And then oh man, you need Tommy John surgery. Well, why didn't we know that before the game? Well, before the game, I felt fine.
Right.
And so I don't. Again, I'm not saying this is exactly what happened. I'm not saying it didn't conceal something. I don't know, but I can see a scenario. I can see if the Cincinnati coach were called on the carpet, which obviously he has been or will be. He has an explanation, for what happened. Guys, what am I supposed to say? He practiced. He did everything we wanted in practice. So he didn't need a designation. He was, we went out there and warmed up before the game. He started the game. He was like any other player. He got hurt during the game, and, that happens. And so, excuse me. And so you mentioned, the gambling aspect, and of course everybody who had Burrow for 2 or more touchdowns or whatever, they're all pissed off about it. What they failed to mention in this is, how about the guys who had under 2 touchdowns for Burrow?
Right.
Are they complaining that
Right.
this happened? It's funny because most of these bets, are the idea is to split the money down the half. So so you probably expected that as many people had the under him, on him as had the over on him. I don't hear them complaining about what happened. Like you said, it kind of comes with the territory. You put a wager on something, you can be unlucky just as likely as you're lucky. There's that whole bad beats era, right? And now everybody's talking about bad beats. Well, you know what? Why don't we have a show about good wins? Because there were just every time there's a bad beat, there's somebody on the other side who's cashing the ticket.
Great moments in gambling history is what I like to call it.
Yeah, so that's my thing about it. I think that the penalty is so severe in the NFL for concealing injuries that I don't think they're stupid enough to try to get away with something. Because what's to gain? I mean, if they had gone into the game and said, Burrow, sore wrist, limited at practice yesterday or whatever you would say, but probable for the game, it is all right. At least you've thrown it out there that he has a sore wrist, but you've also indicated that's not affecting. It's not going to affect, his availability for the game. I'm not sure that really solved the issue here. There would still be talk about, well, geez, the guy has a torn ligament in his wrist. Why wasn't that reported ahead of time? Well, it may not have happened, until the second quarter of the game. You don't really know.
Right. I mean, and there is a difference between being hurt and being injured, right? I mean, and if you get hurt more while you're hurt, then that can, lead to injury. So it is kind of a weird area. Didn't Phillip Rivers play with a busted ACL or something in the playoffs?
Well, I think, Brock Purdy in his debut last year against the Buccaneers had a broken rib or, fractured rib or something. This happens all the time. And the only thing, what the NFL has tried to do, and like I said, they've really, you don't see this in baseball. You don't see this in basketball for the most part. They're upfront and honest about this. And short of asking every player on Friday afternoon, how you feeling? What can we put anything down on you that's bothering you on our report here? They're, they've decided, all right, you know what we can do is we can paint a picture of what this guy looked like on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at these real practices where these teams are going hard. They're running 100%. They're hitting people. I mean, it's not like a game, but it's if you've got a torn ligament in your wrist, and yet you're out there in practice, throwing the ball, all over the practice field. It's all right. So you're going to try to play through it, what have you. I just think that they've decided that, look, all we can do is report on who practiced during the week, how hard they practiced, and if they didn't practice at 100%, why didn't they? And and for the most part, that's working.
Let's get to our slate. Week 11. And I thought week 10 actually went pretty good. We had a lot of good angles there. Teams on a bye this week include, this is going to be good for the viewers, the Falcons, the Colts, the Patriots, and the Saints. So we don't have to deal with any of those teams. And we have some intriguing matchups and I think some opportunity for sure this week. So we'll go ahead and get your take on these games here and see what kind of angles we can come up with. We will start at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And the Chargers, who had a fun game with the Lions, which we thought was going to be the case last week, they're going to take their act on the road to Green Bay. Now, Green Bay's been a bad team. We've been talking about them being a bad team here for weeks. But they played better in Pittsburgh last week. And there are always, the one or two crappy teams here that kind of have a rough first half of the season, and then they can turn it on here in the second half of the season. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen with the Packers, but they kind of fall into that category. The numbers are cheap on the Chargers if you like them -3. The over-under is 43.5. Why do I have the feeling this is a bad spot for the Chargers here up in Lambeau? I'm wondering if the fans can rally behind this Packer team. Again, they had a little bit better effort last week. It looks like it's kind of a layup to take the Chargers with the spread here, but maybe that's why I like Green Bay. Kind of go with the opposite of what looks obvious here. So maybe Jordan Love and company can get their wits about them to have a good, successful Sunday here. Interesting game, 43.5. That might be low as well. What kind of angles might you see here, Dave?
Well, I don't share your enthusiasm about the Packers. They're having a terrible season.
Yes.
And the fact that they played Pittsburgh, a close game. Well, what's Pittsburgh? The 11th best team in the AFC? I mean, they're the equivalent in the AFC of what Green Bay is in the NFC. I mean, this might as well have been Arizona and the Texans playing, because this was not good football. This was not two good teams. These were not, Starr against Bradshaw.
Right.
These were two bad teams that played a competitive game, which, they should have played a competitive game. They're both equally bad. Now, that said, Green Bay seems to be getting healthier on the offensive side of the ball. And if you're going to have a chance against the Chargers, you're going to need to put up points. I agree with you that the total on this game seems very, very low to me because Green Bay, Love seems to be progressing slowly, but slow, making progress. His wideouts are getting healthier. And most important, Aaron Jones has gotten healthy. In Green Bay, if they're going to win this game, they need to run the ball against this, Chargers team. Keep the Chargers offense off the field. And with Jones and Dillon, you should have the ability to do that. Chargers move guys up to try to take away the run. Now Green Bay, like I said, they've developed a couple of nice wideouts. They've got a nice young tight end. They got a quarterback who's coming along a little bit. I think they'll have the ability to take advantage of that kind of defense. So I think Green Bay is going to be able to score points. Now, all that said, the Chargers have dug themselves a big hole. this season, and they they can't allow the winnable games to get away because it seems that and anytime they play a decent team, they like we saw again last week, they lose by 3 points, and they're still in it. They have to be feeling good about the way they're playing offensively anyway. Even without Williams and now without Palmer, they had a great offensive game last week against a good Lions defense. I can see them putting up short of the weather being really bad. They're going to put up their mid-20s, to high 20s total, score in this game. I think Green Bay could counter, by scoring in the 20s. I don't see either team not scoring in the 20s, and that's what it's going to take for this game to go under. But this is a game that the Chargers really need. And normally, like you said, in the middle of the season, it's getting a little colder. We're having a nice season. Oh boy, we got to go play at Green Bay. That's miserable. Who we playing next? Let's just not get hurt at the Green Bay. No, they can't take that kind of attitude toward this game because of all the games they've played so far this year. This might be the most important one they've played so far because this is the game. They cannot let this game get away. So they're going to go into this game, thinking it's the Raiders or the Broncos. This is a big game for them. And I think that, again, they have to be encouraged by the way last week's game went. Even though they lost, I think the Chargers will win this game. I think that, all those numbers seem low. I think they should be favored by more than what they are. I think the total on the game should be higher. But, that said, they tend to play close games, and Green Bay's got just enough offense to keep this game close. So I'm less excited about the Chargers winning by more than 3 because the last time they played a game that was decided by more than 3 points. But I do like them to win this game, and I do like I like many offensive fantasy aspects of this game.
So some receiving numbers. You got some really low ones here. I'll start with the Green Bay receivers. Christian Watson, 37.5 yards. Dobbs, 32.5. Musgrave, the tight end, 26.5. Jaden Reed, 34.5. Chargers side, 33.5 seems low for Eckler. That's where he's at. Quentin Johnson, 34.5. A lot of low 30s there. I mean, it's not going to take much. A couple catches and you're past those. Castro, you got all those numbers?
There's a difference between the two teams, and you spelled it out there by the fact that you mentioned 4 guys on one team and 2 guys on the other. The fact is, Green Bay spreads the ball around,
right? And
yes, somebody or 2 guys probably are going to have good games. You're going to have Dobbs will get into the 80s and Musgrave will get, into the 50s or 60s or whatever. But that'll come at the expense of the other 2 guys you mentioned. Or maybe it's going to be Reed this week and Watson and not Dobbs and Musgrave. It's very, very difficult to tell with this team at this point, because the quarterback doesn't really have, what you would call a favorite receiver. But at the same time, all 4 of those guys are very, very capable of putting up 50 to 100 yards of receiving in this game or in any game. It's to me, it's just hard. It's hard to figure. And then, like I said, you didn't even mention the fact that Green Bay throws the ball a lot to their backs. Jones catches the ball a lot out of the backfield. I think he, to me, he's going to be the guy when all's said and done that's going to have the most yardage in this game, combined rushing, for Green Bay, combined rushing and receiving. And so it's
24.5 is his receiving.
Yeah, I'd be hesitant to take any of those guys over because, over in the yardage, because it's hard to distinguish between them at this point. And so I'd look more on the other side of the ball where your options are much more limited. Hey, we got a touchdown for Quentin Johnston last week, finally, right?
Yep.
And rightfully so. I mean, he has developed into. I'm not sure it was anything he did, but he went from fourth on the depth chart to third when Williams got hurt, and second when Palmer got hurt. You're the second wideout for the Chargers on a team that is going to be pass happy. It's 50-50 whether he catches a touchdown. I'd say in any game, and especially when your number one wideout is being thrown the ball 15 times a game. Well, God, wise up, defenses. They're throwing the ball to Allen like every play. How about we move the safety over there and double team him on every play? This other guy, Johnston, he's never done much. We'll cover him with our weakest cornerback in single coverage, and this is where Johnston, I think, has the potential on basically any play to turn a short catch into a long gainer. He's a big, speedy guy. He can get behind the defense for long passes. I just think that he's the one guy in this game where I would say, I assure you, the number on him for yards is way too low, and I would take him, certainly ahead of anybody on Green Bay other than Jones to score a touchdown.
Quentin Johnston to get 60 yards plus 265, 70 yards plus 370. Let's look at the touchdown props here. Touchdowns.
What's his baseline receiving number?
Quentin is pretty low here. Let's see. I just had it clicked off. Let me get back to it. 34.5.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, there's something that I must say at least 3 times per show. So let's start it off by saying the first time here. That can be one reception.
Right.
And so you're a defensive coordinator. How are we going to stop the Chargers in this game? Well, we're going to put 2 guys on Allen, and we're going to, assign our fastest linebacker to shadow Eckler, but we're also going to have the strong safety there, to help out. I mean, so there's, 4 of our back 7 are spoken for already. And what's that leave? Well, that leaves over here on the island. Your worst cornerback guarding this, 6'5", guy who's coming on as we, by the week. I don't see any reason why to say, I couldn't project that he won't have his best game this week, in part because he hasn't had a great game yet. He's just progressing slowly, and Green Bay's kind of got guys like this too. But like I said, it's hard to, separate Green Bay's guys. In this case, it's not hard to separate. I mean, here's, you got Allen, you got Eckler, and you try to take them away as best you can. What's left? Well, I'll tell you what's left. There's one guy left. I think I think Johnston is your play here in this game.
All right.
Other than Jones.
Okay. Jones rushing yards, 51.5. And we'll go ahead and add Quentin Johnston. He'll be our first play in our non-greedy ticket here that we'll come up with. No need to get 70 yards. We'll just go for 34.5.
What's his what's his touchdown?
Plus 250 for a touchdown. Plus 250.
All right. Well,
down from last week. Yeah.
Well, it's and so I think that the yardage obviously is a safer play, but the scoring a touchdown gets you in that nice bonus. So let's we'll put the touchdown one on our big ticket.
Right. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see. Anything else I like on here? Interestingly enough, yeah. The Herbert passing yards, just 254.5. That seems low too, doesn't it?
Well, it's consistent with the total in the game. Somebody thinks that there's not going to be a lot of points scored in this game. And the only way that that's going to happen is if Green Bay really dominates the rushing game.
Right.
If Green Bay gets there, and this is another reason that I like Jones, because I think that that's got to be Green Bay's game plan in this game. It's let's ball control. Chargers are not a good defensive team. Look what the Lions did. Lions are not a good running team. They think they're a good running team, but they have 200 rushing yards last week against the Chargers without even really trying. I mean, Goff threw the ball 30 times last week, and yet they still got 200 yards rushing. I think Green Bay's emphasis in this game is we're going to run the ball, run. And so I can see where it's going to be hard for Herbert to get big numbers in this game because I just don't see him throwing 40 times. This could be a game where he ends up throwing 28 times because they only had the ball for 44 plays or something.
Right,
that would be a concern of mine in this game.
All right, so we'll look at Aaron Jones. We'll put him on the watch list as well. We can throw him in some other bets later. Okay, so the non-greedy play, we'll throw Quentin Johnson over 34.5. That's the best play of the game for you?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Well, heck, I'd actually say Jones to me is a better play over the rushing total. Okay, 51.5. I'd take both of those. I'd take both of those on our non-greedy ticket.
Okay, all right. Let me add Aaron Jones on there as well. Okay.
We can always delete guys later on if we find that we've got a long list.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, you're going to think I'm a complete moron for saying this. In our next game. Yes. All right. I really took a lot of time studying a lot of numbers in just about every category of every team. I was shocked to see where Miami's offense ranks in a lot of these kind of rankings. They're kind of middle of the pack, which you're like, wait a minute. I mean, is Miami this great offensive juggernaut? And I guess maybe it hit me. I mean, they really just are a home run hitting team. And if you think about their scores, I mean, they're all dynamic, big plays. All right. So that being said, they're laying 13.5 over under 46.5 with your Raiders coming into town. And all I've been hearing all week is on how Miami is going to blow the doors off of Vegas coming into this game. Vegas coming off 2 wins now under Antonio Pierce. And, maybe they're fat and happy for those 2 wins. They'll go on the road and, take their lumps, kind of like how they did in Buffalo, whatever. But Antonio Pierce, linebacker for the Giants, part of the architect plan to stop maybe the best team of all time with Randy Moss and Brady and the New England Patriots in that Super Bowl. Big upset win. He knows the formula. You got to keep the ball out of the hands of the Dolphins. So I think Josh Jacobs, I think this could be a big game for him prop-wise, as long as Vegas doesn't end up getting their doors blown off early, which they may. I mean, that could certainly be the case. But I've been hearing it all week. Everyone laughing at the Raiders. Miami's going to kill them. Coming off a bye. Easy peasy. Why do I think this is a closer game than what everyone's saying here? Maybe Pierce does have these guys fired up. I don't know. You know the Raiders more than me. Maybe I'm a complete moron here. Yeah, the Dolphins are fun and such, but when I just kind of break down all the numbers, I mean, they kind of are what you see on paper, and it's almost the middle of the road offense. They're not going to grind it out against teams. It literally is big play or really nothing. So Miami here laying close to 2 touchdowns. I just think that's too much. Go ahead and tell me why I'm an idiot for thinking all this.
Well, I like a lot of what you said. I think that, and this is all a credit to Pierce. I mean, he's come in. I even give Mark Davis, credit for this as well, because he's been through this before. When the Raiders fired a previous coach, I don't know if it was Gruden or whoever it was at the time, and they, they put as the interim coach that Biaggi or some guy that, a former offensive center or some crazy guy that they put in charge of the team. And he got them fired up. He was like a high school coach. He went out there and was a typical Raiders bad season, and he got them all fired up, and they finished out the string, with a lot of pride, and they won some of the games that maybe they wouldn't have won if they didn't care. And I actually saw Davis interviewed in recent weeks saying that, biggest mistake I ever made was not re-signing that guy to be the full-time coach. But that's kind of the way it is in the NFL. Those guys don't become coaches. The guys who become coaches are the guys who look nice on the sidelines. The guys who seem like they're in control. And maybe we're getting away from that a little bit now. I mean, maybe the Dan Campbell,
right.
guy
Yeah, good example.
is having that kind of an influence. Is that, what? We can put this rah-rah guy, Salah, maybe you would say is a similar guy. But we can put this rah-rah guy on the sideline, and his function is just going to be to fire up everybody. He doesn't need to call offensive plays. He doesn't need to call defensive plays. He just needs to get everybody's attention. And this seems to be working again for the Raiders. I mean, you wouldn't have thought. I mean, their season was over. They fired their last coach. They were embarrassing. 2 games in a row against the Bears and the Lions. The season's over. They fire the coach. Let's mail it in. But they haven't mailed it in. They've come out, granted, winnable games.
Yeah, they have a playoff hunt.
But only winnable because they tried to win. And this win one for the coach that worked for 1 week. And then last week, they come out, well, we like this coach. Let's keep winning for him. And they did it again. And now they go into Miami here. And then no doubt they're going to have the same attitude going into this game. There's one problem. They're not playing the same team that they played the last 2. This team is out of their league. I mean, there's no way the Raiders are going to compete in this game. I don't care how hard they try. I mean, Miami is going to run circles around them.
Okay.
And I think something you mentioned that Miami's, some of their numbers, are not as good as you would think they've been. Now, I don't have their schedule in front of me here. Sure seems to me like they've played a tough schedule. I mean, I do remember them having played, Buffalo and Kansas City already. And it doesn't get much tougher than that in the AFC. I don't know their full schedule, but I'm guessing that if you looked at their strength of schedule for the season, it's got to be top 5 in the league. And this is one of those games where, all right, this isn't, these things tend to even out. This isn't one of those top 5 teams. This is more like a bottom 10 team. And this is a chance for, kind of like they did against Denver, this is a chance where we can really embarrass these guys. And the thing about Miami is they got a lot of mouths to feed. I mean, it's like, well, why don't we just throw the ball to Hill every time, because there's no way they're going to be able to guard Hill. Well, we'd like to get Waddle involved. They can't guard him either. So let's throw some balls to him. Well, we got Mostert. If we just keep handing the ball to him, he's going to break through their line and score, 75-yard touchdown. So why don't we just keep giving it to him? Well, now we got Achane back from his injury, and we'd like to see him get back and more involved again. I just think that, you could find each one of those 4 guys could score a 50-yard or longer touchdown in this game. I mean, literally, it could happen that all 4 of them score 50-yard touchdowns in this game. I just think that this is, I know better than to recommend laying 13.5 points. I wouldn't even consider it last week with Dallas in their game, which of course turned out to be like 100-0, as you would have expected. I just think that the Raiders will try hard, but it's not going to matter. They're going to get blown out in this game, and Miami's going to be able to name the score in this game, in my opinion.
The Dolphins have beaten the Chargers, Patriots, Broncos, lost to the Bills, beat the Giants, beat the Panthers, lost to the Eagles, beat the Patriots again, and lost to the Chiefs. So.
Well, I guess I'm, I guess I'm getting caught up in the fact that, they've played the Eagles. I forgot to play the Eagles. They played the Eagles, the Bills, and the Chiefs. I know that people are down on the Bills, but you would say three of the top 5 or 6 teams in the league. If Buffalo had its head on straight, and they certainly did when they played the Dolphins. But they have played a fair amount of weak teams as well. I forgot that they had played like Carolina, and they played New England twice. And New England is not. New England's not a good team, but they're not a team you're going to run up big numbers on either. And so even Carolina's kind of that way. It's like, right. And even Denver, you would think, is that kind of team. Is that these teams aren't good, but it's because they're not good on offense. They'll show up and play defense against you. The fact that they've played 4 games against those teams, the bad 4 teams that they've played have all been, what you would consider to be good defensive teams. Now, obviously, they put 70 points up on Denver, so Denver didn't show up that day. But I still think that they, I seriously doubt anybody else has played Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philadelphia.
Right.
This year, I'm not even sure anybody's played 2 out of those 3.
Right.
And so, I think that a game like this, when they put up 40-odd points in this game and 400 yards and what have you, those rankings where they're 10th in the league in passing, now all of a sudden they're going to be 6th. And where they're 8th in the league in rushing, now they're going to be 4th. I think that, one big game here could, next week you're not going to be talking about, their stats are mediocre, because they're not going to be mediocre anymore. So, question is where do you go with this game in terms of, who's going to do what?
Right.
To me, Mostert is kind of an obvious way to go, because I think that, the Raiders have to be concerned about attempting to slow down the wideouts, which they're not going to be able to do anyway. But I think that's going to soften them up against the run. And we all know, Mostert, he breaks the line of scrimmage. He's got a good chance to take it all the way. My only concern about him is Achane really playing this week?
Right.
I think he is.
Right.
And, how much is he going to play? Because if Mostert's only going to get 10 touches, then the chances of him hitting that home run are obviously much slimmer than if he gets 15 touches or 18 touches like he has in some games. So I do think that that there's going to, Miami is going to put up big offensive numbers in this game. The question to me is who's it going to come from? When push comes to shove, if you're really questioning where it's going to come from, why not go to the number one source? If I had the pick of the, fantasy, who's the number one player in the entire league that I would want on my team this week, it would be Hill.
Okay, Hill's numbers, obviously, they're going to be huge. Let's see, Mostert's 54.5 for his rushing yards, minus 140 for a touchdown. If the Raiders do have success, is it going to be because of Jacobs' ball control?
No doubt. That's their plan going into the game.
Yeah.
Is they're going to, and Miami, let's face it, they're not a stellar defensive team. And Jacobs has done better.
66.5 is his number.
He'll carry the ball 20 times if the game allows it. And I think even as they the Raiders fall behind. Yeah, I think the Raiders fall behind 21-3 in the middle of the second quarter. They're not going to say, you know what, screw the running game. Let's just, we got to pass to try to catch up. I think at that point, the coach is going to realize if we do stupid things like throw the ball all over the place, we're gonna give up 70 points like Denver did.
Right.
Let's just keep doing what we think was going to be successful. So I think there's a chance that even as they fall behind, that Jacobs is still going to be their primary guy. And so, the only guy I would look at all on the Raiders side would be Jacobs running.
66.5 are his yards. 4.5 yards for Aiden O'Connell. Can he scramble to get 5 yards? At some point? I guess, he runs around, gets sacked behind the line. There you go. That's going to throw that number off completely. Okay.
No, that doesn't count as rushing.
Oh, okay. All right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you're right. All it would take would be one scramble. But that, obviously that's telling you something. It might be telling you that, but he's only been running the ball one time every game. They throw a lot of quick passes where he doesn't scramble around a lot. That does sound weird though.
Yeah,
it'd be a fun thing. I'd hate to bet the under on that because every single play of the game you'd be worried about. I mean, you could have 60 great defensive plays and then one time he scrambles on a 3rd and 25 and gains 5 yards. And they misspot the ball. They give him 5 when he only should have gotten 4. And you're like, oh man, I had this. I was right. I should be cashing this ticket, and I come out a loser. That belongs on bad beats.
4.5. So I learned my lesson with Purdy on the over under 4.5 one time, where he didn't even come close to sniffing a run to go over that number. So that was a loss. But yes, that hanging on every moment of rooting on the under. That one of my greatest fantasy wins ever. I think DK Metcalf needed 3.1 points to beat me Monday night against the Commanders. If you remember this game, maybe about 2 years ago, he's sitting there wide open. Basically, the Commanders or Redskins or whatever they were at the time, the footballs, playing off him as well. All Russell Wilson had to do is just look his way and throw him the ball twice right there with no one guarding him, and I would have lost. He never did it, and he didn't. I think he ended up with 2.8 points on the night. But yeah, it's literally every play. You're like, just don't throw it to him. Just don't throw it to him. Yeah, that's a tough way to watch.
That's it. It's just right. It's when it just takes one play. I don't know. It's when you win something like that, man, you've earned it because you sweated that out the entire game.
Right. Okay. All right. Next game here. And the Texans have been good to me. I've been pretty much calling this team in their better spots here, including against Cincinnati last week with the outright win. They will host a resurgent Arizona Cardinals team who has taken upon a whole new look with them with Kyler Murray. And man, the Falcons, I'm done with that team. That's another story for when they come back next week. But the Cardinals get a win against the Falcons last week. Now they'll go on the road to the Texans. Here you go, 2 dome teams too as well. This spread now has gone up. Now, I couldn't believe it was just 4.5 for Houston, but now up to 6. Over under 48.5. The little second chance survivor pool I'm in, I like the Texans here. I think that they can. I think they have a good thing going. I like the coach. The Stroud for MVP talk. You don't want to believe it, but it's real. And even the Texans to win the AFC is paying a really, really good price right now. If you're kind of looking around, noticing that the Bengals are kind of falling apart and maybe the injuries might get the best of the Ravens too. And we see what Buffalo's been doing. And again, the Chiefs, which we'll get to in a little bit because I think this might be the Chiefs' best game of the year coming up. But the Texans have a good thing going here, and I think this could be a double-digit victory for sure, I think, for Houston. So I think Houston is, if we're going to call it the lock of the week or whatever you want to call it, if you're going to make me take one pick to ride it all the way, I think it's Houston. I got one other one I really like, but Houston is going to be one of my better plays of the week. I think they can definitely handle business at home against Arizona. What about the Cardinals, Dave? Are they going to enter the tank zone again, or are they going to start trying to win football games like they did against Atlanta last week? Stroud and the Texans, I'm going to ride with them. How do you see this play out?
Well, I mean, just looking at the number you were talking about, you'd ask yourself, when has Houston ever been a 6-point favorite in a game?
That's true.
And who was dumb enough to lay 6 points in that game? I guarantee you they didn't cover it. And yes, they've looked really good offensively. I think it's that's kind of skewing the fact that are they really, can they really put up any kind of defensive fight against anybody? I think this is going to be very similar to games that they've played. I think that they're going to be able to put up big points in this game because they're as good as offensive thing going. This side of Miami, even probably better than Miami in the last 3 weeks. But Arizona, what they did last week was encouraging. Obviously, getting the quarterback back helps them offensively. They've got this new tight end who's done really well. Certainly somebody who I'd put on my must-play ticket this week. And they've got some decent wideouts on that team. Plus, they got the running back, Connor back and healthy again. I think Arizona offensively, not a great offense, but a slightly below average offense against a bad defense. And a game where they as bad as Arizona is, they've got to look at this game as kind of, well, we're playing the Rams or we're playing the Falcons. We're playing another bad team. We can win this game. And I'm not saying that they will, but I think that they'll go in with that kind of attitude. And if they do, I think they'll put up nice offensive numbers against a bad defense. And I think Houston, like I said, is going to put up big numbers against Arizona's defense. I think this is definitely, it's probably the highest scoring game of the week.
Oh, wow. All right. There you go.
I mean, unless Miami just, scores 55 points against the Raiders. But, I think both teams have a chance to, like I said with the Green Bay game earlier, there's no way that either team scores less than 20 in this game. And if your total is 48, I think you said, and
48 and a half,
scoring in the 20s, you're probably going to get there. And the way Texans have been playing, I'd be shocked if they don't score in the 30s in this game. And it wouldn't, they pull ahead in this game, and Arizona has to come back throwing the ball. I think they can do it. I mean, I think they have the weapons to do it against a bad defense. That would be a concern of mine going in is, getting backdoored by, a team with a bad defense, winning by not, heck, we've never been ahead by 10 points with 2 minutes to go before. What do? Well, you lay down, you let the other team score a touchdown, and, that has a chance of happening in this game because Arizona does have that kind of offensive firepower. I think this is going to be a very high scoring game where if I had to pick one, I would think Houston should be able to win this game by a touchdown. But, taking bad teams and laying big points is never a good idea. Now, you seem to think that Houston is going places this year. I'm going to be shocked if they make the playoffs. But they're fun. They're kind of what Indianapolis was, a couple of weeks ago when they were putting up these kinds of numbers every game. and I'd watch this game, if it were televised here. I just think it's going to be a very, very entertaining game where there's going to be a lot of green lights fantasy wise and prop wise in this game.
Trey McBride, is he the tight end you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
He's someone who, if he's available in your fantasy league, I'd strongly recommend picking him up, although I kind of doubt that he would be now after a big game last week. He's, like I said, I'd want him in this game. I think that Connor, should have a nice game. He carried the ball a lot last week coming back from an injury, which was an indication that, okay, well, he's
I was afraid of that last year. Yeah.
But at the same time, Houston, Tank Dell has been incredibly good. The guy who's been good for them has been Noah Brown, but I think he's injured.
Yeah, I don't see him listed today.
Yeah, he's he had some kind. He was he's been listed as questionable during the week, and now all of a sudden I saw, because I picked him up. I was thinking of starting him this week in fantasy, but now I see on ESPN's projections that they list him as projected as 0 points. So something has happened. But that just means more balls to Dell. The way Stroud is going, he's going to throw for 300 yards in this game. And with Brown no longer there catching passes, they've got Nico Collins back now. I think both he and Dell are, should, again, limited options throwing the ball on that team now. I think both of them could, could go over 100 yards. Dell for sure. And so I see a lot of, even Singletary carrying the ball, had a big game last week, carried the ball like 30 times last week. And again, a game where they should be ahead this week, why doesn't he carry the ball 20, 25 times again? So there's a lot of green lights, a lot of potential in this game. And I just think it all adds up to a very high scoring game.
262.5 are the Stroud passing yards, which that's actually a little lower for him compared to most weeks. McBride's 55.5 receiving. Tank Dell 56.5. Nico Collins 56.5. Hollywood is 56.5. Dalton Schultz 47.5. James Conner 7.5 receiving yards. I guess I just never know him as a receiver, but I feel like he could get that though.
Well, especially with Murray. The thing about Murray is a scrambler, and he, kind of like Jackson. When he scrambles, he's looking to gain 10 yards. He's not looking to dump the ball off to the back to gain 6 yards. So he's not a quarterback where you're going to say, well, he's going to throw the ball to the back a lot. So I can see where that number would be low. I'll say this: there's no way both Dell and Collins are going under their total.
Right.
I think if you play them both to the over, you're going to win at least one of them. I think you got a good chance to win them both. I think that's a very, very safe way to play this game is to take both of them to the over on their receiving yards. And like I said, it's to me very low risk because one of them is going to get there, probably both of them, especially if Brown is out. I mean, I'd confirm that Brown is out, which it sounds like he is, before I do that, because he's been catching 100, 120, 130 yards worth of passes the last couple of weeks. But, if you take those yards and you spread them around the other two, not that Dell needs any help, and he catches big numbers every week. But Collins has come back and is healthy, had a nice game last week. I like McBride to the over. I take Connor over his rushing total. I take Singletary over his rushing total, and I take Dell and Collins over their receiving total. I think all of those are very, 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 very fair play this week on a game where, I'd certainly take the over in this game.
Do you want to throw anyone on our ticket? You want to throw Dell on there? Considering Nico's been hurt, maybe you get, does a Joe Burrow on us?
What's his receiving?
56.5 for both of them, Dell and Collins.
Yeah, and what about for a touchdown?
Let's see here. Anytime touchdown. Nico's plus 135. Tank Dell plus 120.
All right, I think it's safer to take him over I think he's going to score a touchdown. I think he could score 2, but the 120, basically a pick 'em. That's just not. I don't like the price.
Right.
So give me the safer play, which is going to be the yardage.
All right, Tank Dell. So we have Quentin Johnson receiving over 34.5, Aaron Jones rushing over 51.5, and Tank Dell over 56.5. That's what we got so far. All right, I like that one. Again, you know what? I'm just going to have to do, another moronic statement by me, Dave. C.J. Stroud, 6.5 rushing yards. He's not going to scramble for 7 yards at some point?
Well, you would think so. But, I mean.
And Kyler Murray, 33.5. I think that's doable, too.
Yeah, that's. You don't see, many quarterbacks rushing for more than that. I don't know. I just wonder with him. He's been injured.
Right.
I'd want to see how many times he ran the ball last week. That would be an indication to me whether he's really anxious to get out there and run the ball, or whether he's been told, "Hey, look, throw the ball away. We don't want you getting hurt again." And so, I would say if he ran last week 7 or more times, then I would, I'd say yes on his over. But I'd need to see that number first.
Okay, let's continue on with our NFC West, AFC West games, and then we'll come back to a couple of the other ones here. All right, I'm a moron again, Dave. Here we go. When I did my number crunching, I was kind of surprised to see how good Tampa Bay is actually offensively. Now, a great call by you with the Niners at Jacksonville. That was fabulous. I watched that, and I almost texted you, but I figured you were probably watching it anyway. Lawrence stood no chance back there. He was getting ripped apart by that D-line by the 49ers, which tells me that Chase Young addition actually, man, that makes them a little bit more dangerous for sure if he can feed off his old college teammate Bosa. But this is a big number, 11.5. Over under is 41.5. I actually like that as the best play of this. I think these teams can actually go over. I mean, the Niners can almost do that alone, but I could see a scenario where the Buccaneers get a few points too. I had them as my super lock last week over Tennessee, and they came through with flying colors, just winning 20-6. But that's the kind of game Tennessee gives you. And the Buccaneers do have a decent defense as well. Obviously, the Niners have a very, very good defense. And the Niners have offense. But kind of surprising to see just where the Buccaneers fell when I was doing all the numbers crunching as far as success. But anyway, all that being said, Tampa Bay is a team. I think they stay competitive because they just have veterans at this point, including Mayfield. I mean, a lot of these guys have been around for a while. Yeah, the Niners win this game. I get it. I'm not saying Tampa Bay is going to go in and win this, but 11.5 seems maybe a little steep to me. I could see this going over as well. All right, you go ahead and tell me why this is going to be 49ers in the under, and opposite of everything I just said. But the Niners, great effort at Jacksonville last week, and they look fantastic in that game. So do they duplicate that effort at home here, and is it a very long day for Tampa Bay?
Well, as indicated before, double-digit favorites are not my favorite thing in the NFL. But in this case, I just think that the 49er defense against Mayfield is a huge mismatch. I just don't think Mayfield's very good.
Right.
And he's mistake prone. He takes chances.
Right.
I'm never right on this, never. So we'll mark that down. But this is my defensive score
yes.
of the week. I just think that he'll. And you're right about the 49ers pass rush. It has the potential to be, very, very good. It certainly was last week. No reason for that to change this week. They're healthy like they were last week. Getting Trent Williams back, getting Debo back. It just, for a team that was trying to get McCaffrey in the end zone last week, so he could get the record for most consecutive games with a touchdown. They kept throwing it to other guys. They're like, there's Kittle gets one, there's Ayuk gets one. Crying out loud, the fullback got one. And they have so many offensive weapons. I just think Tampa Bay is very overmatched in this game. Again, especially because their offense against the 49ers defense, I don't see them having much of a chance at all. I would not be shocked if the 49er defense outscored the Tampa offense in this game. And I just think, I'm just not confident that Mayfield is ready to stand up to this kind of pressure in this, that the 49ers are going to put on him. So I think 49ers are going to win this game easily, but like I said, I'm not crazy about double digits in an NFL game. So I'll just go one direction in this game and give you the 49ers defensive score.
Another one that's been good for me is the Brock Purdy touchdowns. Either bet him for 2 or 3 if you really want to get frisky. He's minus 146 for 2 passing touchdowns this week. 3+, he's plus 290. Would you get on board with any of those?
Well, I think the projected total in this game is telling you something,
right?
And that is this isn't one of these games that we've been talking about where both teams are going to score in the 20s. I just think the Tampa is going to have a hard time scoring 10 points in this game. I just think it's going to be a game where the 49ers are ahead comfortably and knowing that their defense is going to prevent any kind of a comeback. I don't think there's going to be any urgency for Purdy to throw touchdown passes in the second half of a game that's 20-3 in the third quarter. And when all said and done, this is going to be 28-9 or something like that. And if that's the case, I don't see him throwing 3 touchdown passes. So, the amount of touchdown passes he throws, I think, is going to be dictated by how many points Tampa scores in the game, and what is the game really at risk in the second half. And I just don't see it going that way.
All right, McCaffrey, does he get back in the end zone this week?
Well, you would think so, but again, they have a lot of weapons, and there's no, as opposed to last week. There's really no priority, to get him in the end zone any more so than getting it to Kittle or Debo or anybody else. And so, and in a game where I don't see a whole lot of points being scored, I'm not sure I want to, try to decide who's going to be other than the 49er defense, that is, who's going to be the 2 or 3 49er offensive guys who score touchdowns, because there's just too many options.
Can the Niners get two defensive scores? I know that's hard.
Well, I don't know that they post numbers
33-1.
But I would, I'd certainly look at interceptions. What is there an interception?
Oh yeah. Let's see what we got
for Mayfield.
Yes. Mayfield to throw an interception is minus 172.
Well, how about 2 or more?
We don't have a 2 or more on that. No.
Oh, okay.
They should have that.
Yeah, I know. not crazy to lay 2-1 on something like that, even though I think it's going to happen. I think 2 interceptions in this game is very, very, very reasonable. And I would take a shot at that, given 3 or 4 to 1 or whatever. But one interception is definitely going to happen. But I'll take my chances and go with the defensive score here.
Do you want to throw the Mayfield interception here with Tank Dell, Aaron Jones, and Quentin Johnson?
Sure.
Okay.
And we're going to put the 49ers defensive score on our
greedy
long
play.
shot.
Yeah, gotcha. What was the other one? Quentin Johnson touchdown is the long shot. Right. All right. So Quentin touchdown, San Fran touchdown, long shot ticket. All right. 10-4. Okay. Every time I bet the Rams Seahawks game over, I never win it. It's always under. And the Rams own the Seahawks. So the Seahawks -1 now. And I was wrong last week. I said that they were no longer in the division lead, but they are tied with the 49ers still on top of that division. The Seahawks -1, 46.5. It looks like we have Matthew Stafford back after a bye week. I'm gonna go to the well again. A great call again last week. The Seahawks and the Commanders played the super high scoring game. I think they got 55 points combined, right? So they did good on our little alt over. And Seattle didn't cover either. So good call on our part on both of those. But here we go. Rams and Seahawks -1, 46.5. Now, I was starting to kind of get on the Rams train a little bit, feeling good about things with them. And then Stafford kind of got hurt. I mean, they laid a complete egg in Dallas as well. So kind of a bad taste in my mouth with them as well. And here we go. The Seahawks are going to burn me on this. But I think I like the Rams at home here to rebound. And I could see this actually being a high-scoring game again, too, 46.5. But here we go. Every time I bet it over, it goes under. You have a good feel for it. Pete Carroll's your buddy. Is he going to have a good game plan here for the Seahawks? Rams, Seahawks, 4:26 Eastern Standard Time. Break it down for me, Dave.
Well, I just don't think Seattle's that good a team.
Right.
I think they're, in the weaker conference, they are a fringe playoff team.
Right.
That, in other words, they're Green Bay, they're Tampa Bay, they're, any number of these teams that, the coincidence that they played Washington a very tight game last week, they're no better than Washington. They're, very similar. And I expect them to lose this game. I think the Rams are healthier. They've been, surprisingly decent this year. Stafford throwing the ball to Cup, makes them a whole lot better team than when, whoever was throwing the ball to Nakua and Atwood earlier this year. And even they were surprisingly good when they did that. You mentioned the Seahawks Washington game last week. And while I wasn't watching the game, I was monitoring the scores, thinking, all right, big explosion, big numbers, and field goal. The score's like 9-6 in that game. Midway through the second quarter, there's been 5 scores. They were all field goals. This is embarrassing.
Yeah, leaving points on the field.
I'm way wrong on this game. And then they started playing the second half, which is what I expected in the first half. And then you saw the offensive fireworks in that game really exploded upward. I just don't think Seattle's a really good offensive team. I don't think they have the firepower to score 24 or more points for sure in a game like this. I don't think the Rams are a very explosive team either. And I'm not surprised that to hear you say that you've been burned on this game before, thinking it's going to be high scoring. Because it does seem that these two teams in LA should be able to put up a lot of points. I don't see that happening. I think the Rams could win this game. And it's a toss up. I don't, could it be 27-24. Yeah, I guess so. But I think this game's going to be 24-21 or 21-17 or something. And I just think that when all said and done, if you're hanging your fantasy hat on this game, as this is going to be a big game that takes me over the top. If you got Cup going, and maybe obviously you're either going to play him in fantasy. He's going to help you, but I'm not sure I'd go with anybody else in this game offensively. This is a stay away game all the way around for me.
How about? Unfortunately, they won't let us parlay this for in our parlay. Well, I won't add it in. But Aaron Donald minus 130 to record a sack. That seems like a layup. But Geno Smith is a statue back there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sold.
Yeah, right. Anything prop wise for the Rams? I mean, I don't know. I could see Cup getting in the end zone this week. Finally.
Yeah, total receptions for him. I think he is the number one. Like I said, the only offensive player in this game that I would consider at all. He's getting back to healthy. Obviously, getting Stafford back. You could easily project him for 8 catches. 80 to 100 yards. The touchdown part, I'm not as crazy about.
Right.
The one I'd be more confident of all the things in this game that he'll catch. He'll catch 8 or more balls in this game.
All right, I'm going to actually jot that down. Those numbers they have usually, but not up right now. He is 81.5 is his baseline for receiving yards.
Yeah, I mean, and that's I think that's right where it should be.
Right,
I think he could catch 8 balls for 80 yards in this game.
Okay, the night game, 8:20 Eastern. Josh Dobbs has been the rags to riches story of the season, I guess you could say. The Vikings catching 2.5 at Mile High. Sean Payton really has done a nice job kind of, the Broncos are riding off the rails. And you said it last week. You said, what kind of Denver team do we have? It's a big question mark. They answered some decent questions. Now, did they look super fabulous in that win at Buffalo? Not exactly, and maybe some of they would have lost that game if the Bills didn't have 12 men on the field, right? So the Broncos escaped for a win. This game, to me, though, and it's the Vikings have a good defense going. Dobbs might have an issue here in Denver with the altitude. I don't know if you throw the altitude in there, but 42.5 points seems high to me here. I think this might be more of your Sunday night defensive struggle. Let me go to bed. I've been watching football all day. All right, the Vikings and Broncos is 10-6 at halftime. I can go to sleep now. Not have to worry about watching the end of this because it's a boring game. Just a feeling that I get. But 42.5 just seems like a lot to me. I would ride a much improved Denver defense at this point, and the Vikings defense, who's been pretty good here. Both of these offenses might get stuck in the mud. Do you see the same thing?
Well, funny you mentioned mud because I'd certainly be worried about the weather this week in Denver. I don't know what they're projecting, but weather that comes through here tends to hit Denver a day or a day and a half later.
Yeah, you said that
and it's been gloomy. I mean, it's actually rained here yesterday, overnight here. Not hard, what have you, but it's the clouds that come through here that have the precipitation that gets to the Rockies. You go over you get there, and then all of a sudden it's cold and it's snowy, and I think there's the potential a night game there.
60 degrees on Sunday and sunny.
What's the say?
60
degrees and sunny.
60 degrees at nighttime, 38 degrees, but 60 degrees during the day.
Game,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, so 38 degrees. And even if it's not raining there, I'm going to make a prediction that we will see at least one raindrop in that game, based on what we're seeing here.
Okay.
When the Cats came in this morning, they were leaving paw prints from the rain. That's my weather, my weather map there. But I agree with you. I think this has a chance to be a real snoozer. I think that Denver was very, very, very lucky to win that game last week. I see nothing to me indicates that Russell Wilson is capable of putting up big numbers, throwing the ball. I think that, they'll try to rely on running game against Minnesota. You mentioned Minnesota's defense being good. I'll give it to you that they've improved. I don't think that you just run the ball, run on them, like you have certainly last year. So I don't see Denver putting up big numbers in this game. And, something to watch is Jefferson coming back. They need to make a decision on that today. He's been practicing. This is the second week in the practice window. I don't think, he's going to play this week. They haven't ruled him out yet. But he would make at least a slight difference, in this game and give him, one more weapon on the outside, which would probably be too much for Denver. Because, Minnesota is going to have a better offensive team than Denver does, but Denver's got the better defensive team. I kind of agree with you that I don't see either team, dominating offensively. Does that mean it's not going to get to the, relatively low total, especially when you consider Minnesota? It could, but if it does, it probably will take a fluky play or two. Kind of like Buffalo, Denver got last week against Buffalo. But this is a terrible game, for the Sunday night showcase.
Right.
I really have no interest. I wish my fantasy matchup were coming down to this game and the other guy had somebody going. But that won't be the case. I don't think, this will not be a very fantasy-friendly game. I await, of course, Jefferson to return from his injury before I get him into my lineup. So I'm going to, give this a big, big pass all the way around.
Okay. I think that's the general consensus. Maybe if I have a very successful day, I'll unload on the under and go to sleep happy when it's 10-6 at halftime. Okay. Heavyweight matchup, Eagles and the Chiefs. Now, my first instinct is 45.5 is way too low because there's so many superstars on the field. But you've said it in the past that when you have two teams like this, a little bit of a feeling out process, a little bit tighter, maybe not as explosive. But this is going to be a fun atmosphere here in Kansas City. And the weather, we need to probably check on that too. So let me look on that real quick as I pull up the Chiefs weather for Monday night. But rematch of the Super Bowl here. Yeah, we could definitely have rain in the forecast. Rain in the forecast for Kansas City on Monday night. So that definitely throws things into the equation a little bit. And you talk about the injury list as well and the lack of reporting. Hurts has been hurt all year, hasn't he? But he's still out there trotting out on the field, not showing up on any reports. But Eagles, Chiefs, I expect a good effort here from Patrick Mahomes and company. Maybe we can get these receivers to go off for once. Eagles, plenty of talents as well. How do you see this, Dave?
I see this as a great game, which is kind of a no-brainer to say.
Right. Good game.
One of the games of the year. I'm not shocked that it's on Monday Night Football. Boy, what a boon for them. I think it could go either way. I think that I certainly don't think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think both teams have a lot of firepower. I think they have the ability to match each other. I don't think any
kind of weather, to be honest.
The team that falls behind is just going to, be incentivized to, come right back and, get their touchdown. And I think that both these teams offensively are capable of scoring every time they have the ball. Not that that's going to happen. When two real good teams like this play together, and then two teams that are pretty good on defense as well. It just seems like, this is going to be a 27-24 or 24-21 game, kind of a mid 40s, upper 40s total for this game, which is kind of what's being projected. 3-point game, which is kind of what's being projected. I mean, I think we know a lot about these teams. There aren't going to be a whole lot of surprises. And when that's the case, it's easier to make a line. It's easier to make a total. You can kind of, we've seen this game, recently. And it would be no surprise if this game came down to, 24 all, last team with the ball goes down and kicks the field goal. And so it's that makes it a hard game to evaluate. I don't see, we've talked about 2 or 3 games where, you would expect offensive fireworks. This isn't one of those games. I mean, yes, there will be points scored in this game, and somebody will have a decent fantasy game. But I'm going to guess in the end that if majority of the guys who are in a fantasy lineup on Monday night are going to be disappointed,
right?
Because it's just not going. Somebody, A.J. Brown's, always done very, very well of late. But Goddard broke his arm last week, and he's not there anymore. So you wonder, is that going to affect how they can cover the outside guys? I think it's going to mean more balls to Smith, which probably means fewer balls to Brown. Maybe even they run the ball more. I just think that Philly has the ability to spread the ball around, and obviously Kansas City makes a living on spreading the ball around. I just don't see. I mean, to me, A.J. Brown is the one guy where I would say, he's having an incredible season, especially the last month. He'd be the one guy in this game where I would say, man, I don't want to go up against him in fantasy Monday night, but I'll take my chances with anybody else. Even this is if you got to play Hurts or you got to play Mahomes at some point during the season. This is the week to play against him because it's just, they're not playing Denver. They're not playing the Giants. They're playing a team that's at night, possible rain, big game. They're not going to throw 4 touchdown passes. And that's good. That's what when you're up against those guys in fantasy, you just don't want to catch them on the week where they explode. This is not an exploding week. So, great game to watch, but I would say not a great game to bet on.
Right, yeah.
You want to have fun with this game. Like I said, this game to me is more than any other game played this week. I can see how this game's going to play out. I mean, it's not that doesn't mean this is the way it's going to play out, but I can envision how this game is going to go. And so I see 24 all late in the game. I see the late field goal in regulation or in overtime. Give me a 27-24 final score in this game, and
take them both. Right.
We're gonna parlay that on our sure thing ticket where we're taking the Mayfield to have an interception and laying the price. The most obvious guy, Tyreek Hill, to score a touchdown, lay the price. In other words, we got a bunch of favorites, and in the end, we're going to say, okay, we're going to parlay all of that to 27-24. And that's how the week's going to end.
All right. I love the line of thinking there. You're right on, man. Literally, that's 27-24. Sounds exactly perfectly what this game should be. Okay. Let's go back to, I'm trying to find the fun game. Now, this is going to be fun in terms of, I think this team can blow out the other team. Again, this is the other one I liked along with Houston, and that's going to be the Lions at home against the Bears. The Lions have a good thing going. They will be at home. Obviously, they got the short week with Thanksgiving coming up. It looks like we have Justin Fields back. I'm wondering if the Bears can get some points here themselves. but 47.5 is the total. But why do I think Detroit will want to just flex their muscles here and put a whooping on the Bears? Can you see a blowout here? Double-digit win by the Lions?
Well, the Lions, obviously have become kind of like Miami in the AFC. They've become America's team. I mean, everybody's gushing over them.
Right.
And I'm not really sure it's worthwhile.
Warranted, right?
But they are fun. They are a team where you think of Detroit, and for all, they've got this conservative coach and they're going to run the ball a lot. They've got, they've developed Gibbs into a really, really nice, kind of third down back kind of guy who catches a lot of passes, can run the ball out of the backfield. Obviously Montgomery, when he's healthy, and clearly he is right now, is a nice power force for them. They got a quarterback, a very, very underrated quarterback, who, has this Alex Smith type reputation as a game manager, but he's done much more.
Yeah,
than
he's
that
better than that.
year. I mean, that game last week, he had a great game. They have, they got a nice rookie tight end. Obviously, they got one of the best wideouts in the league. And so they have a lot more weapons than you would think. And because the Bears have their quarterback back, I think the Bears have the potential in this game, to score, well, let's say a minimum of 17 points. And if they can get to 17, I think that the Lions, should be able to push this game to the over. It'll force the Lions to put up more points. If they were playing the backup quarterback for the Bears and you get ahead of them 17-3, and that it's kind of like the 49er game. I talked about this. You get ahead of them and the other team can't score against you, then you kind of lay down.
Right.
You don't have to do anything. But I think that Fields gives Chicago the potential to put up points in this game. And so I think you'll see a good offensive game coming out of the Lions. And oh my goodness, last week, my boy Jameson Williams, I don't know if you were watching the game, caught a touchdown pass.
Right.
Got called back by a penalty. Jameson Williams is he's getting better. He's I'd put him on my long shot ticket this week.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Plus 440, nice price.
Yeah, and he's because he is their deep threat on a team that runs a lot, that throws short to the back, throws short to the tight end, throws short to St. Brown. He's the guy. Okay, you keep moving up defense, and we're going to run this guy right by you, and or throw him a screen, and he goes down the sideline. He is big play waiting to happen, and they're giving him more opportunities. I think last week they targeted him 4 times, and I think caught them all. But you target him, 6 times in a game like this, he's going to get in the end zone. So I like, I like the Detroit side in this game in terms of putting up big numbers, probably pushing this game to the over. Goff should have some really nice passing numbers again. I'm guessing he's still a little on the underrated side in terms of where you put his passing total.
270.5 is his.
270.5.
Yeah.
That's higher than I would have guessed.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm give me Williams on a touchdown.
Plus 440 for that.
Yeah.
The other one I was looking at, and this is going to segue into my next one. The team points has gone up from 28.5 for Detroit to 29.5 now. So Lions just to get into the 30s by themselves, that's doable. They'll get at least 31, right?
Yes. I mean, will they score 30 points in this game? And to me, it's it certainly wouldn't rank as this is a no-brainer. But you would think so.
Yeah,
they've quietly put a lot of nice weapons together. They get down by the goal line, they can punch the ball in, and at home on the turf, you don't worry about the weather. And then you've got this Gibbs guy, this wild card, who gives you a back who can, catch the ball and turn it into a 30-yard gain, basically every time he touches the ball. I think it's a huge weapon for them, to add to this offense, which at the beginning of the year you thought about, geez, they got St. Brown, but what else they got? And now all of a sudden it's like, well, geez, good move bringing in Montgomery. He's been great. Good move drafting Gibbs. He's been, he's really developed. Good move drafting Laporta at tight end. He's been a nice weapon. Wow, wait till we get, Jameson Williams back from his suspension. Well, he is back, and now he's rounding into form. This is, the question at that point became, do they have the quarterback to take advantage of all of these weapons? And like I said, Goff, who I thought was tremendously underrated when he played on the Rams, that took them to great heights. And now he's really getting an opportunity here, to spread his wings a little. And he's been great. He's not holding them back from scoring 30 points in this game. So I think that, and having Fields on the other side helps the Detroit total, because I think Chicago's going to be able to score a couple of touchdowns in this game. And if they do, that'll prompt Detroit to score an extra touchdown or two. And that's probably what it's going to take here.
I'm going to climb the ladder on this. I'm going to run some good numbers by you right here. Jameson Williams, 25 yards plus 130, 40 yards plus 290, 50 yards plus 450, 60 yards plus 680, 70 yards plus 920.
Well, we're considering the fact that probably his career high for receiving yards is, 28. To get to 70 is a little far-fetched, but he'll get there before the end of the season.
Right.
And one of I just think they have more confidence in throwing him the ball now. And like I said, last week
one long pass, he's a speedster.
Yeah, last week he had decent numbers, and that doesn't even count the little screen pass that he took, whatever it was, 130 yards for a touchdown. So, there are worse things. He's one of these guys where all it takes is the one big catch. It doesn't even have to go for a touchdown. Throw him a 40-yarder or a 50-yarder, and now, you've taken him over 70 yards or whatever you said it was, and he's got 44 yards on one catch. And now it's like, oh man, now we just need a couple of short ones, and we're cashing the plus 990 ticket.
Yeah.
So he is someone, on a long shot parlay take a shot at him over 70 yards.
The one thing, the one thing you could do is I call it the popcorn parlay, because obviously the popcorn pops as you go higher, the temperature gets hotter. But maybe do him and Quentin Johnson together with like 25 each, and then 40 each, and 50 each, and hopefully you can, because you'd be getting some nice payouts there. The baseline for Williams is 18.5.
Well, he has the potential to catch no passes. And that's the unfortunate aspect of him. But he's trending in a good direction, and you wouldn't necessarily. You can see this in his numbers. The fact that he's going from 1 target to 2 targets to I think 4 last week, like I said, and so it's not like he's it's not like he's Noah Brown. But where'd this guy come from? They're targeting him 10 times, out of nowhere. They're not. This isn't who Jameson Williams is, but he's more of the he's going to run Kansas City had a history of this. You had these, Nicole Hardman, just run fast as you can down the field, and we'll throw it to you 2 or 3 times a game down there just to keep the defense honest. And when you catch one, you get a 70-yard touchdown. The other weeks where you don't catch any, you got 0 catches. that's still kind of where we're at with him.
Right.
So he's a good guy to take a long shot risk with. I think he's a bad guy to take more of your simple. Will he get 18 yards?
Yeah. All right. So we'll leave him off that ticket. We'll leave him off that ticket. Okay. Cowboys team points. I'm not going to lay 10 with them, but I like over 26.5 with Dallas for their team points. Right. I feel like they could sneeze and get that against Carolina.
Yeah, you mentioned every time Dallas has played a game where they should blow the other team out, you mentioned what an obvious play Dallas is. I poo-poo the idea Dallas wins 50-0. So I'm tired of going against you there. I'm wondering who put Dallas' schedule together. Why are they playing every bad team in the league? And so. You're not going to. I'm not going against you there. I think that certainly the way CD Lamb is playing, he's been as good as any wideout in the league in recent weeks, and seems to play his best games against these bad teams. And Dallas likes to run up the score. Dallas will throw the ball more than most teams. Dallas will throw the ball when they're 4 touchdowns ahead. In these games, get Lamb an extra touchdown, get him over 100 yards or whatever. And so, I would agree with you. I would think they would score more than 26 points in this game. Yes.
They may petition the ACC to get tougher competition next season. Let's see here. All right, anything we haven't discussed that's sticking out? Any lock? Anything? Player-wise, fantasy-wise, what do you got?
We seem to have discussed almost every game.
Right.
The fact that our Western teams, with the exception of Seattle and the Rams, they aren't playing each other. So we got the Kansas City game, the Denver game, the 49er game, the Arizona game, the Chargers game, the Raiders game. We hit half the schedule or more. Just by talking about the Western teams. Then of course, and in doing so, I think, we hit, the fun game of the week happened to be in that group, which I think is Arizona and Houston this week. The one game where I would think that there has to be value in the player. Again, if Tyreek Hill isn't the one, player that I'm glad I'm not going against this week in fantasy. The other guy I would say that about is Barkley.
Right. Yeah. I was going to bring that up. Barkley looks like a good
Washington.
Yeah.
Washington has got a really nice thing going offensively. Obviously, how can you go against Howell, even against a kind of what you would consider to be a decent defense here? But Washington is not, is not a team that's going to ball control against the Giants. They just can't do that. Then again, Gibson's injured, so they've got Robinson, it's basically a one-man backfield, and he's not, he's no Montgomery. He's not going to run the ball up the middle 20 times. Washington's still going to throw the ball all over the park, and Howell, will put up his numbers. Washington will score their points against the Giants. But, Washington is, we saw this last week. Washington is just not a good defensive team. Washington will give up points, and the Giants' game plan, obviously, they don't have much of a quarterback, is going to be
run Barkley.
As far as Barkley will take us. To project that he will have more rushes than anybody else in the league this week, I think I'd take that. I'd take that bet.
18.5 rushing attempts is plus 106. 18.5 rushing attempts is plus 106 for Barkley.
And what's his? They projected over 100 yards.
70.5.
Yeah, I take over on both of them.
Yeah.
They have no choice. They
have no
don't
choice.
have a quarterback.
Exactly.
And they're up against a team that they should be able to run the ball on very effectively. I think that the rushing total, that's as good as anything I've heard this week. He's going to go over 100 yards in this game. He almost has to, because it's not like Washington isn't going to hold the Giants to 250 total yards, and the Giants aren't passing for more than 150. I mean, they're going to get as much rushing yards as they will passing yards in this game. And everybody's putting up 300, 400, 450 yards on Washington. And the Giants are not a good offensive team, but they'll find a way to put up 350 yards in this game. And if they do, like I said, 170 of them are coming on the ground. And if that's the case, and Barkley's total is 70 or 71 or whatever you said, well, man, where do I sign up for that? He's in. He's on. And the rushing total, I think, is a very strong play as well. And if they allow you to parlay those two things, I mean, these are two things that go together.
Yep, they do.
Right? If he gets 19 carries in the game, he's going for more than 70 yards. So instead of playing him, separately, playing them separately and putting twice as much money at risk, you play them together, because if they're both going to win, then you actually make more money by parlaying them, and you risk half as much. So it's just it was something that the casinos didn't allow for many, many years. Wouldn't allow you to parlay like things like that. But now in the FanDuel era, the DraftKings era, they allow you to basically parlay anything. And take advantage. This is one that if one hits, the other is going to hit. And so I jump at that opportunity.
Okay, so our lock ticket, we'll just finish Barkley with 70.5 yards. We'll take his simple over-under there. Mayfield to throw a pick. Tank Dell over 56.5 receiving. Aaron Jones over 51.5 rushing. Quentin Johnson over 34.5 passing. That ticket is 17-1 odds. Will be our payout on that. Okay. I like it. And this game screams over with the Giants, at least by my numbers crunch. You wouldn't think so because you got DeVito back there, but just everything that you said about Barkley the Giants should be able to at least have some points from Barkley's efforts. They'll get some points out of it. And Washington's almost a natural over team at this point. Good on offense, real bad on defense. So, okay. Anything else, Dave? I won't make you pick a lineup this week because I know we're over 2 hours at this point. But
no,
unless you want to do one real quick.
Here's I'll give you a here's a long shot. If we're going to put the Eagles 27-24 game,
right?
We want it. We want it to be alive going into that game. So I would say give me Barkley over his rushing total, Barkley over his total rushes,
right?
Tyreek Hill to score a touchdown, which all three of those things are 50-50. You're not getting a price on any of these things, but it's going to take our initial investment and triple it or quadruple it or whatever, and then it all goes to 27-24 in the Eagles Chiefs game, and we turn a small investment into our new home.
Okay, all right. One last thing. Now, I did say this last year. I was worried about Josh Allen hitting since we basically haven't talked about 2 games. I think everything else we've covered. I said it last year. Josh Allen's hitting the tank here. You're like, no, he's a good quarterback. Let's give him a break. Now everyone's down on Josh Allen. I mean, he's getting shredded apart anywhere you look, online, social media, whatever the case may be. That's an over-exaggeration at this point. He's better than what he's advertised for being bad now, right? I mean, you're not ready to shovel dirt on Josh Allen's grave, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I mean, people watch, this game, the Denver game, and I mean, and he had 3 or 4 turnovers in that game, however you want to count them. But he threw the one pass a little too hard that went off the receiver's hands. He threw another, one interception wasn't his fault. He threw a bad pass at the end of the half when they were trying, a 2-minute drill up down the sideline, and he mishandled that one, the handoff to the one guy. I mean, he didn't have what I would consider to be just an embarrassingly bad game. He did enough good things, to keep him in the game. It obviously wasn't one of his better games. And my point is, what I found to be very encouraging for him was when they fired the offensive coordinator, the very first thing the new guy said was, we need him to run the ball more.
Right.
And I agree 100% with that. The people, the biggest complaint about him, through the end of last season was that he puts himself at risk too much. He takes on too many tacklers. He runs the ball too much. And so he hasn't done that as much this year. So instead, he's throwing more balls into traffic. He's not as good a quarterback when he's not running the ball. And I think, the more he runs, the better he's going to be. And if that's the new game plan with this new coordinator, then I think certainly better days are ahead for him.
Yeah, and the Jets will make him scramble, so he's going to run this week. 29.5, his over-under for rushing yards. Okay.
I mean, I agree. I mean, especially when the guy comes out and says we want him to run the ball more. And you're right, Jets are going to put pressure on him. Jets are a good defensive team, and it's exactly the kind of game where, he's going to be forced to scramble, and he's going to get outside. And whereas in previous weeks, he hears that voice in the back of his head, be careful, throw the ball away, slide, now he's going to be hearing the guy saying, be yourself, be Tim Tebow, go in, put your shoulder down and not, you're whatever, 205 pounds, you're running, that's an 185-pound cornerback there in front of you. Why are you running out of bounds? He's more scared of you than you are of him. Put your shoulder down and, knock him down, gain an additional 5 yards, and, get people complaining that you're taking too many risks. You know what? Those risks are paying off.
Okay, Dave, I'll talk to you early in the week so we can plan something for Thanksgiving. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
You know where to find me.
Yep. Enjoy the games, Dave. We appreciate it very much. And we will be right back after this.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shucker's Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of
of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Yeah, so if you're driving around out there in round robin land, definitely don't be under the influence of texting. Get to your destination safely. There's no need to text and drive out there. Just tune into the round robin, put the phone down on the passenger seat, continue your voyage wherever you may be traveling.
We should revise the commercial. Don't make parlays and drive.
Don't make parlays and drive. Yeah, that's a funny T-shirt. That is. Good idea. Good idea.
Don't parlay and drive.
Round robin merch to come.
This is the round robin. Let me get Dave Del Grande off of the screen here. Let me add in Nephew Dave, who's in the studio on the old extra camera. There he is, popping up now. And then on the phone, of course, is the Ant-Man here with Nephew Dave and I. As it is the round robin, 9:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast, broadcasting live from Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. Boys, big F1 Grand Prix race last night in Vegas. Did you guys stay up for any of that?
Did not.
I did not either. The favorite won minus 220, Matt Vesperpen. Is that his name?
I'm guessing so.
Okay. We did not have any angles on that from last week, so we apologize if you're tuning in for Grand Prix coverage. But this is the slate for the NFL Week 11, boys. Can you believe that? Here we are, Week 11, NFL, and Thanksgiving this week, Thursday, Thanksgiving football already. Didn't we just start the season?
Feels like it.
It does.
We are flying by.
And we do have line movement. Let's get to that. Actually, we need to do Survivor first, and then we'll go through the lines. I won't go through the games, but let me look at the line movement that we've had already. We do have a couple of games that have massively moved, and that would be the game. I can't believe Cleveland's taking money. That's the earlier mover with Cleveland up to 2.5 now. But the 49ers now have gone from 12.5 to 13.5 in their game. The Bills come off of 7 now. They are 7.5 point favorites over the Jets. So the low value on the Bills is now gone with that extra half point. Denver now up to a 3-point favorite over the Vikings. So that has been climbing all morning as well. And the over-under is down a hair as well in that game. So those are the major line movers. Right now, the Niners taking money, the Bills taking money, and the Broncos all are your big line movers. Actually, the Dolphins now up to 14. So everyone is hammering on Miami. I tried to make a case for the Raiders to Dave Del Grande, and he is a Raiders backer, but he wasn't buying it. Even though you might get a good effort out of the Raiders today, he thinks it may be a slaughter fest still. So everyone in the world is on Miami. We will get through the whole slate. We'll see what the crew thinks. But Nephew Dave, want to rattle off this Survivor, and we'll see what our Survivor picks may be. Anthony, give us a yay or nay simply on Survivor as we go down the list.
All right, so let's start off here. Arizona traveling to Houston to play the Texans.
Yes, I'll say it right now. Houston's the survivor pick of the
I was going to say that as well, Steve. I think if you've got them now would be a good time to use it.
Yeah, you can't use them anymore either. So
sneaky good team, Steve, in my opinion.
I honestly, I made a case. Well, Anthony and Dave Del Grande have both laughed at me about this already this week. But I'm on the Houston train, man. I've been on it in previous seasons. Now, this is a different regime, different dynamic for sure. But, man, I'm on it. Stroud for MVP. Texans to get into the AFC Championship game with a long shot chance to win it. Why not when you have teams like the Bengals that are kind of hurting right now? The Browns don't have a quarterback now. So at the end of the day, when a lot of the guys get kicked off the dance floor, there's only going to be one or two people dancing, and that could be the Texans, honestly. But Anthony, survivor for you?
I'm passing on this because Kyler Murray's back, and
yeah, true.
He kind of they somehow won the game last week, and it was just because Kyler Murray just danced and wiggled all around. I'm avoiding this as survivor, but I actually just want to watch this game because this game could be just fun. Because frankly, this Houston team's the funnest team to watch right now.
Dave Del Grande said this is his highest scoring game of the week.
Oh, definitely.
He said he'd be shocked if Nico Collins and Tank Dell didn't go over 56.5 receiving yards themselves. Okay, well, so we'll get more into that in a minute.
We'll get to that, but I do love myself Tank, but continue.
I got Tank myself. Okay, what's next, Dave?
All right, Giants traveling to Washington to take on the Footballs.
No.
Cowboys and Panthers.
Anthony, if you have Cowboys in a survivor, good spot.
I mean, if Dallas is somehow available, if you hadn't already used Dallas at one point, then yes.
Probably.
I want to backtrack to tell you the unfortunate news. I have Washington in our survivor.
Okay.
So Dave, me and you we're gonna be a football fan today.
Okay. Right. Well, Anthony has Washington in survivor. Okay, yeah. You know what? And a lot of people haven't used them. All right, Dave, what else?
The Bears and the Lions.
You could use the Lions if you had them. There looks like a lot of survivor picks this week. Okay, what else? Anthony, you agree? Lions survivor, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Now, Anthony loves some DJ Moore, some Justin Fields. So he might have an argument against that. But yes or no, Anthony?
I would go with the Lions. If they're playing at home, go with the Lions.
All right. What next?
Raiders, Dolphins.
I mean,
Dolphins, move on.
Yep.
Steelers, Browns.
Yeah, run from that.
Titans, Jags. Run from that as well, in my opinion.
Anthony?
I feel like that's a trap.
Yep.
What's the line in that Titans game? I think it was 7.
Down to 6.5 right now. 6.5.
I don't trust either. I don't trust either team.
That's a good way to put it. Good way.
Chargers, Packers.
Close game, fun game. No survivor.
Close game. Chargers are probably going to be winning by 14 and lose by 3.
All right.
Buccaneers, 49ers.
I'm wary of this. Tampa's been my sleepy good team all year. I've said that. And I've known when not to take them. Yeah, and I get it. And I like the Niners. I like Del Grande's angle for Baker to throw a pick for sure and a defensive touchdown. But, man, why do I think Tampa Bay can still score 17, 20 points in this game? So that's scary to me. They do have defense too. All right. They do have a little bit defense. So I'm a little bit more wary on the Niners taking money over Tampa here. Tampa's still contending for everything. Division lead, whatever. I get it. Del Grande says he doesn't like Baker, but I'd be wary if you had the 49ers in any kind of – now, you probably don't, but if you're in a second chance pool like me or Dave, you do. Right? So I wouldn't use them today on that. Just notation. Buyer beware on the Niners a little bit maybe today.
Jets and Bills.
Anthony?
I don't know what team stinks more at this point.
I have more faith in the
honestly
Bills. If you have to use the Bills, I would use them. Actually, if you're against the wall and you've used all these other good teams and you need the Bills, I would say go for it.
And I think this game is kind of like the one we just talked about. I don't trust either of them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to. But I'll say this too, boys. I was on the Josh Allen, I'm not going to say the hate wagon, but I was the first one to say it last year out of any show I listened to, and our show included, but all the other shows that I listened to during the week. No one was on Josh Allen's butt. Everyone's saying how great of a quarterback he is. And I was like, let's pump the brakes here, guys. I mean, he's throwing the football off players' helmets all the time. He does a lot of dumb mistakes. Del Grande said, don't buy into that too much yet. Now, I'm a Josh Allen fan. I think it's fun to watch him play. But I was like, I don't know. But now everyone is piling on Josh Allen. And I'm the one saying pump the brakes back to them. Like, no,
Right.
He's not that bad. So it's kind of like a weird pendulum for me and Josh Allen. I love Josh Allen in this game, to be honest. So I would take the Bills.
Seahawks, Rams.
Pass. Anthony?
Pass. It's going to be an unpredictable game. I think the line's 1.5. I'm just going to enjoy taking a nap during it.
Vikings and Broncos. Talk about a snoozer tonight.
No
Pass
kidding.
on me.
All right, Monday night, rounding it off with the Eagles and the Chiefs.
There. Yeah, you're out of your mind if this is your survivor pick with any kind of heavy money involved.
Sit back, make popcorn, enjoy the show.
You might as well take the Bills if your choice is this or the Bills, to be honest. Or Washington. So, Anthony, Washington, your best bet. Dave, Houston is your best bet for me and I. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right.
But that line has moved. That line moved as well. It was 8.5 last night.
All right, so it looks like we have our boy Brody coming into studio, which means the Steelers will get a good TV. We have Nephew Dave's game on his TV because we get the local feed, and that's the dedicated local feed TV. So that leaves the big screen, which this will probably be it because Ant-Man loves him some Green Bay Packers. He loves himself some Austin Eckler. So these two will lock horns this afternoon with the Chargers -3 at the Packers. It is a 1:00 game. Over-under is now up to 44.5. So that has been going up this morning. And probably because of this broadcast, because if you've been listening earlier, me and Del Grande both love the over. And I would make a case that the Packers could actually win this game too. They played better last week in Pittsburgh. Dave said it himself a few minutes ago. Anthony did. The Chargers can have a 14-point lead evaporate faster than a puddle on a hot, humid 120-degree day. So all that being said, I love all the low-hanging fruit for the prop numbers. We have on the receiving yards, we have Quentin Johnson at 34.5. Even Aaron Jones at 24.5 receiving yards. Looks beautiful. A.J. Dillon is 6.5. Keenan Allen's the highest one at 85.5. But you have Musgrave, 26.5. Jaden Reed, 33.5. Christian Watson, just 37.5. Dobbs, just 32.5. I get it. You've been saying, you're out there saying, well, Steve Jordan Love sucks. He hasn't been, throwing the ball all year. But again, better last week. You got to imagine as the season goes, this team is going to get better as they get healthier. And honestly, the Chargers are the perfect dose on defense to kind of give your offense some relief and actually have some success. So I see a lot of low numbers here. And if you want to do some same game parlay stuff, Del Grande loves Aaron Jones on his rushing yards, which that's pretty low, honestly, 51.5 for him. I think this is a same game parlay fiesta. If you want to move some alt lines up to 60 yards for a receiver, 70 yards if you want to get crazy. Now, obviously, everyone's not going to get everything, but even the Herbert props are paying huge here. Justin Herbert does 254.5 for his passing yards. For Herbert to get 300 against the Packers secondary is plus 270. If he had 323 last week against the Lions, if he gets 325 this week against Green Bay, plus 520. It's not exactly now by Los Angeles standards, it probably is freezing, but just in the mid 40s, upper 40s here in Green Bay. Weather not an issue either as well. So, boys, more than anything, give me the over in this game, but it is a prop fiesta. Nephew Dave, I know you're trying to find some angles, so I'll let you weigh in last on this. And man, you know these Packers well. You know the Chargers well. What do you got for me on this?
I'm just nervous for Green Bay. This game is pretty much not who's going to win and who's going to screw up last. You saw what they did against Pittsburgh last week. They had it, and Jordan Love just didn't deliver. They just didn't deliver. It was pathetic. But the problem is the Chargers do the same thing.
Yeah, I think pathetic creates offense, to be honest.
Pretty much. And I'm actually looking at these lines right now. Let's see. You were telling me about Christian Watson, correct?
Yes.
Talk about a disappointment. I picked him in the fifth.
Yep.
I picked him in my home league in the 5th round, and it looks terrible. I might have to play him, but I believe if Mika Collins does play, Christian Watson's going to my bench, and it pains me to actually have to do that because I spent a 5th round pick on him. But could this be the Christian Watson breakout game?
I mean, there's the do list, and he is on that list for sure.
Definitely the do, but could he be due today?
No, yeah. Well, he's been on the do list, but he's on the do to win list. Yes. Those are two different do lists. That's interesting. I didn't think about the great Babylini side of things.
And just for the sake of the bet, I might just bench him. In fact, you know what? It's all about sacrifice today. I'm going to put him on my bench, and then he's going to go off.
Well, bet on Dobbs, or at least maybe bet him. That way you have both angles covered then.
I don't mind him. I don't mind Aaron Jones. He's starting to get healthier. And to be dead honest, he's their best player. And when Aaron Jones is in the game, Green Bay actually looks a little bit better because A.J. Dillon kind of stinks.
Aaron Jones today for 70 yards is plus 194. I think that's a great number. Plus 290 for 80 yards, or plus 280. To get the 90 yards is plus 400. I actually have him for 100 today at plus 550 somewhere. So I'm expecting a big day from Aaron Jones as well. It just makes sense. The Chargers are, how do you give Love a little bit of love? You give him Aaron Jones and a big dose of him. And San Diego is, they might have the one or two superstars, but rather pedestrian here on defense. So it could be a big Jones day. And I like I like his alternate receiving yards, to be honest, as well, for Aaron Jones. Because can't you see Love just dumping the ball off to him in some passing situations as well? The Aaron Jones receiving yards, and you can do this actually with both of these guys, Eckler and Aaron Jones today probably. But you could take let me clear this.
Aaron Jones, 40 plus yards is plus 235, plus 50 yards is plus 400.
Yeah, so take him for 50 yards at plus 400, and take Austin Eckler also for 50 yards at plus 225. And there you go. You have a 13-1 bet right there for those two guys just to get 50. Plus, $10 would be $135 anyway. So I think that's fair. And honestly, if you want to do that way, you can also add them in if you want to really spruce this guy up. Let's just take them each for a touchdown because I figure that's a lock and what's going to be a high-scoring game as well. I might have to do this myself. See, I teach myself things as we go along. But now your $10, Pagey, $346.97. So maybe jot that down, Nephew Dave, if you want an easy one, right?
Absolutely.
Well, maybe not easy. You got to get those receiving yards. But all it takes is one or two breaks, and you're going to get it. If you want to go low-risk style, you can just do $2 to win $69.39. $5 gets you $173. But that's not the worst angle, is it, Anthony? Eckler and Jones for a touchdown. Both the guys get over 50 receiving.
No, actually, I'm putting that in right now. What did you say the number added up to?
Almost 35-1.
Not bad.
Well, if you're a $100 player, that wouldn't be $3,500, and there's a better chance of that happening than a lot of the other things out there, right? You need the Cowboys to score 50 points when they give up 35 to the Panthers, or something crazy like that today. So I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit in this game. Moral of the story. All right, Dave. What do you got after all that?
Yeah, Steve. So it's kind of the way that I was trending in this game. To me, the Chargers have been a major disappointment. I've had Justin Herbert. Well, I still have him. Justin Herbert on my fantasy team. He's been benched for Sam Howell the last 2 games. He's been a major disappointment in my eyes as well, Steve. So what we're going to do here is a little bit of what you hear every week, usually coming from me. We're going to focus on the running backs with Eckler and Jones over there, and we're going to go for each team with a rushing touchdown today, which I could see the backs, getting some heavy usage.
There you go. Yep.
So that's going to be the way I focus in on this. I like the I like the angle that you and Ant came up with, so we're going to take a look at that stuff too. But for an overall standpoint, Steve, let's just get both teams for a rushing touchdown. That should really not be asking a lot this week.
Next game on the board is one I've kind of stayed away from. In fact, you guys kind of said it. There's no trust here. But the Jaguars are down to 6.5-point favorites over the Titans. Over-under is now down to 39.5. Beautiful day. Not an issue with the weather at all. Tennessee, and forever in a day, is a team that plays you 24-16, or whatever the correct score is. Anthony had with the Pittsburgh game, 20-16. And if you're just tuning in and we haven't mentioned it, the Ant-Man is on fire here in the last month with some of these plays. He's hit some good little tickets here. So Jacksonville and Tennessee, boys, is one I can make a case for really going anyway. Over, under, Jags in a blowout, Titans in a blowout. I'm going to do this. I'm going to look, and I got a couple weird things of just stupid guys. Like, I like to throw Westbrook Akine in the juice up a parlay since he pays such big odds for a touchdown. So I'll take a random shot on Westbrook Akine. But Derrick Henry, too. How about this, guys? 2 touchdowns for Derrick Henry is 13-1 today for Tennessee. Now, he's due for that. You want to talk about a do list? And you can never associate Derrick Henry with the great Babellini do list. But you can with the he's due to win list. And I like that, although, stock down on Henry. Jacksonville's defense is the perfect soft spot for Henry to punch it up the gut here. Let's be honest about that. Kind of. I mean, okay, decent at times, a lot worse at other times. The Jacksonville defense, he's due for that. But you're also getting good numbers on Ridley if you want to take a shot with him for 2. He hasn't had 2 touchdowns yet. Kirk's been the fantasy genius for real. So, I mean, he's getting good numbers for 2 today at 11-1 odds for 2 touchdowns for him. So pick your poison on any of that. I'm going to take a shot with the Calvin Ridley receiving yards on just a hair of a fade of Christian Kirk. And I got Ridley at 100 yards today, at plus 520. The Titans defense definitely capable of giving up a couple of big plays. But on my long shot, good receiver list of the afternoon, I'm going to go ahead and throw Ridley on there. Because at over 5-1 at 100+ yards is a really, really nice payout. And you're not asking him to actually score twice either. But I could see that. And give me Derrick Henry, too, in what could be a very, very sneaky over game. I think a lot of people think this is going to be a sluggish game. I'm not so sure. It's going to be too nice out. And Tennessee can score against Jacksonville. Let's be honest. Is Jacksonville going to shut down Tennessee? Probably not completely. Is Tennessee going to shut down Jacksonville like the Niners manhandled them last week? I would say that's a big no, too, as well. So low-hanging fruit there with the over-unders. I like Ridley. I like Derrick Henry. There we go. That's my picks for today on this one. Where this was an obscure, I want to ignore this game. I just can't. It might be a bad accident waiting to happen. And there it is, 37-34 here in the third quarter. We're like, man, we need to turn this game on and turn off this Giants-Redskins game that is 14-3 Redskins early fourth quarter. All right, Dave, what do you got on this?
All right, Steve. So, yeah, I have some fantasy stock in this one. So I have Ridley on one team, Henry on another. So we're going to focus in on some of that, Steve. But I'm going to start the day off building something a little obscure here. And what I'm going to do in this one, Steve, and we're trying to keep it simple here, is I could see these two teams just getting kind of, stalled out somewhere on the other end, the other team's end of the field. So what we're going to do, Steve, is we're going to go with a total of over 3.5 field goals made today. You're getting a plus.
Well, yes,
plus
this would be the right
out
game. This would be the right game.
Hey, real quick, Dave, I'm not trying to steal your thunder, but you just had this ginormous buildup just to tell us that you're going to bet 3 field goals.
I was doing it for you, Ann. I figured that you would enjoy that. And it was, this is true Ant-Man style.
I was on the edge of my seat, and now I just crawled back in the bed.
Well, we'll do a couple more things with this. I like the running back props again. Especially with ETN and Henry, I think some rushing touchdowns we'll definitely see today. But I'm going to just do something, totally different here. And I'm going to root for the field goal kickers today, boys.
All right, Anthony, what do you got? That's actually a good bet, Dave. I like that bet. Go ahead.
Aside from my joke, that's actually not a bad idea, because what if this game is exactly what we predicted, and it's, what if it's 9-6 at halftime?
Well, then,
so you got yourself a winner. Steve, I actually like the Derrick Henry side. It kind of stinks because I am unfortunately bye week ridden with some of my running backs in my home league, and I am unfortunately forced to start Tajay Spears, the backup running back for the Titans. So it's kind of murky. I don't have any other fantasy leads with this because I just pretty much avoided all Jacksonville players. But Christian Kirk, 6 catches on 11 targets last week. Calvin Ridley, 2 catches on 3 targets.
Yeah, Kirk's getting the targets. He is. Yep.
And, I mean, Christian Kirk is clearly Trevor Lawrence's favorite target or receiver. But I'm just wondering, is this the time to zag when you should have zigged with Kirk and actually play Ridley? Could this be the Ridley game?
That's that's the strategy. Just the hype's on Kirk. Let's get Ridley now that everyone's hyping Kirk. That's kind of the idea in my book, anyway.
And I'm just looking at Derrick Henry right now.
You got to shift gears in November football. You know what I'm saying? You can't go down the mainstream terms of thinking. You got to be willing to shift gears a little bit. Go against the public perception, a little bit of regression, et cetera, et cetera. That's how you're going to make your money in November and December, or all your lessons learned from September and October. But there you go. And transition off.
Derrick Henry is one of the only players in the NFL who just gets better as the year progresses. Now, as far as cold weather games, playing in Jacksonville is really not the biggest advantage, but you got to think not just because of the weather, but these players are getting tired. They're banged up, and Derrick Henry's kind of the biggest human being in the NFL that holds the ball. So I actually could see Derrick Henry maybe, 70, 80 yards, get him a score, and heck, if you're feeling frisky, throw him in for 2.
Well, put it this way. In this game last year, he was probably paying plus 450 for 2 touchdowns. And now he's 13-1. I just don't think that year is going to make that big of a difference. And they kept him at the trade deadline for a reason. And the Titans, as are everyone in the AFC, are right there within playoff reach. It's amazing the list of teams that are 1 game or less behind the last wild card spot. I think it's like 9 teams. It's like everyone but the Patriots. It's 8 teams, literally.
Everyone except the Patriots.
Everyone's right there. So Tennessee's one of those. Jacksonville, with the heat on, I think everyone thought Jacksonville was going to run away with this division, and Tennessee can tighten it up significantly if they win today in Jacksonville, and they are capable. One other thing I would say about that is you do expect the Jags to rebound and play better. They are not the team, but maybe they are the team from last year, but they are not a playoff talented team. They are a team that looks like they would get bounced fast, where they should be improving. They've kind of stutter-stepped here sideways. They haven't taken a step forward in my mind. So if they do lose this game, and I'm just throwing these numbers out there, if you wanted to take Tennessee, because Derrick Henry's running all over them, you're going to get paid out nicely, because just to win by 10 points, you're getting almost 9-1 odds. So you can't tell me Tennessee can't win this game by a touchdown and the field goal over Jacksonville. I think they absolutely can. I look at it on the flip side too. I mean, the Jags could roll these guys at home and finally get their wheels going, where they haven't had. You talk about the do list to do things, and that would be the Jaguars to actually step on the throat of an opponent. So minus 19.5 for them is 4-1 odds. You're not getting paid nearly enough what I would want to lay a ton of points with Jacksonville. But give me Henry, give me Ridley, and a slight fade of Kirk, and that's that. All right, let's get to the next one. You're in depth. This is in depth, that's for sure. 10:13 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here. Vegas and the Dolphins. Dolphins now up to 14, over under 45.5. The one obscure prop I kind of like today, I just think Antonio Pierce is going to have this team committed to the run. They're going to have to be to keep this close, and that means Josh Jacobs, and that means he could have a big day. So I'm actually going to look the opposite, talking about shifting gears and doing things that most people don't, and that would be doing anything that's anti-Dolphin today. But the Dolphins' defense isn't the greatest, and boys, I was shocked to see where the Dolphins' offense actually ranks in a lot of categories in the NFL. They're literally a home run team. They're middle of you would think they're the best offense in the universe, but yet there they are, like a number 13 or something overall. Right. Which means they just grind it out, or can't grind it out. They just hit the home run. Their touchdown scoring capability is unparalleled, that's for sure, as they can hit the home run big time. But, if you shut down the home run, you have a chance. And you do that via Josh Jacobs. 66.5 is his rushing yards. Even if they trail from behind, I don't think Pierce is going to let the Raiders get blown out and demoralized. He's going to stick with the run here. And Jacobs to get 100 yards today only is plus 320. All those numbers kind of seem not to pay off great for him to have a big day. That's kind of why I think he may have a big day. But I don't know if that necessarily slows down Miami here at the end of the day either. I'm not going to be shocked if the Raiders keep this close, because all I've heard all week is on how the Dolphins are going to kick the Raiders' ass. And this is going to be a complete bloodbath on the part of the stats of Miami. And I'll tell you what, we saw this yesterday. I'm not wishing it on anyone, knock on wood, but you saw this with Florida State with their quarterback.
Yes.
They're down 13-0 against North Alabama when their quarterback gets taken out. The backup comes in and does a fantastic job. But for a minute there, you're like, man, they might actually lose this game. And now they lost the quarterback. Wow. Now they might, you were always confident Florida State could come back until you lost the quarterback. They're like, oh no, now we really, really might lose. So you never know with the injuries in the NFL too, especially what might pop up on Miami's side of things to keep this a closer game for the Raiders. But I do have Tyreek touchdowns. I do have Mostert in there somewhere for a touchdown for sure. And I'm going to just take Jacobs on his rushing yards today in this one. Just on the whim that Pierce is going to keep this thing kind of interesting for as long as he can. And if that's going to happen, it's going to happen at the expense of Josh Jacobs. All right, Anthony, go ahead and tell me what you got here.
Jalen Waddle's my guy. He just, they were on the bye week last week. Hopefully he got healed up because Jalen Waddle is, I don't know how much you guys watch NBA. Steve, I know you watch NBA, but Jalen Waddle is pretty much turning into the Anthony Davis of the NFL. Because if I have to see on my Twitter or X feed one more time, Jalen Waddle headed to the medical tent, Jalen Waddle heading back to the locker room. But here's the thing, 10 minutes later, Jalen Waddle has returned to the game. Just for him to go back to the medical tent and to come back. But when he's on the field, pretty good. And clearly, it's like, I don't actually mind this analogy. Tyreek is pretty much the LeBron of that team, but Jalen Waddle is their Anthony Davis. He always goes to the damn locker room. It's like he works half the time, but when he's on the field, he's great. And Waddle's my favorite play of the day.
Jalen Waddle is for 60 yards, just minus 132, 70 yards plus 114, 80 yards is plus 168. You get plus 320 when he gets to 100 yards. So that's the magic number for a great payout there. 125 plus is plus 640. If you want to look at him to score in the touchdown category, and we'll look at some of these guys here. Let's be honest, none of the Dolphins paid great to score. Waddle is plus 110, Tyreek minus 175, Mostert minus 140. Achane is back plus 100. There's Josh Jacobs plus 140. I think that's good too. Devontae's plus 190. Now you got to think that it's going to be Jalen Ramsey locked up on him all day for the most part. So that's an interesting matchup. That might leave Jacoby Myers as a one for at plus 290 as a decent shot for a touchdown anyway. But 2 touchdowns for Waddle is plus 800. So there's your big number on that, Anthony. Plus 370 is Tyreek. Mostert plus 370. Dave, what do you think?
So, Steve, let me ask you all this. Can either of these quarterbacks today go over 25 rushing yards? Do you feel like there's any kind of chance of either of those two things happening?
Well, I'll tell you this.
No.
Tua, I don't think they – now, he will run it kind of surprisingly, but, man, he gets down as soon as he can.
Right.
When he needs to. That's the problem with him. I'll tell you what. I'll do you one better, Dave, because I was looking at this, and I might have to do something with this. But Aiden O'Connell, over 4.5 yards for his rushing prop, plus 104. He's a young quarterback. At some point, he'll scramble. And as I looked at some of these this week, there's a few along the way here. Like Stroud's like at 6.5.
Wow.
You can't tell me he's not going to run the ball to get 7 yards one time.
Right.
So I kind of throw O'Connell into that category. Tua is just at over 4.5 too. But what does that pay, Dave?
So I had either of them looking at it here for 25 plus on their alt rushing. Aiden O'Connell plus 900 and Tua 10-1 for 25 plus rushing yards. Looked kind of enticing, but maybe we'll back off.
All you have to do is break the linebacker. Honestly, I mean, that's with those numbers. Now we're talking a different game, Dave. To be honest, I would take them both, and I would parlay those both. To be honest, now it's a maybe. You break contain, you run, you got an open field. Next thing you know, you have a 25-yard rush.
Right, and it seems that O'Connell's number is a little bit lower than Tua's. So I'm really wondering if can O'Connell, especially maybe if they're down a little bit and he needs to get something going, just kind of brace contain out of the pocket and picks up 7 here, 7 there. I mean, then you're starting to get kind of close to that number at 9-1.
Interesting. I think the 4.5 is. I will take O'Connell at 4.5.
Right,
for sure. But yeah, man, as long as you get getting paid big odds for easy stuff to maybe happen. I'm not talking easy. I'm talking like achievable kind of easy, where you don't need much to happen for that to happen at the end of the day. To be honest, that's just the way I see it. Okay. All right. Waddle for Anthony. I'll take Tyreek for me, and I'll take Josh Jacobs as well. Boys, I have one here that I love. The Cowboys are in Carolina. They're 10.5-point favorites. The over-under is 41.5. Cowboys have been a great over team on some of these lower over-under numbers. So I don't doubt they can get 41.5 again today themselves. They like to run up the score themselves. That being said, I'm not going to lay 10.5 with Dallas. I'm not going to take some crazy alt line with Dallas. Now I don't want maybe my super crazy $1 ticket somewhere or 75 cents, but I wouldn't put a ton of stock into a Dallas blowout. But with a couple of the things that I've liked that I have not yet discussed, the team total for the Cowboys today is 26.5 points for them just as a team. I think they could sneeze and have that against Carolina. And they could have that in the first half. Now, I'm on CD Lamb because Anthony's been killing it. The Ant-Man has been killing it with CD Lamb in his bets. So I got to take him. He's obviously a hot hand that might not slow down, especially in a game like today at Carolina, where, again, it's a beautiful day outside, mid-60s or upper 60s for this game in Charlotte with Dallas and Carolina Panthers. So give me some CD Lamb again. But how about this too? And back to the do list and the Great Babylini do list. Let's throw Michael Gallup on there as well, because you know what? You're getting Michael Gallup today at an anytime touchdown of something pretty good here. 4-1 is an interesting number for Gallup to me. You know what? And I wouldn't doubt Carolina gets some points. So if you want to go through a Tommy Tremble, there's Tommy Tremble for you, Anthony, at plus 700. Go for it, because he seems to find the end zone from Bryce Young here or there. But honestly, Jake Ferguson could have 2 today. CD could have 2. Dak is going to have 3 touchdowns passing, I'm thinking, easily. Let's see. If I do alternate passing touchdowns today, yes, plus 260 for Dak Prescott to have 3 or more touchdowns, which is a low payout for that compared to some other quarterbacks. But I don't know. It might be 28-7 at halftime, Dallas. So give me over 26.5 team points. Give me some CD Lamb because the Ant-Man kills it on him. Give me a little hair of Tommy Tremble and Michael Gallup as well. And it's probably CD all day, to be honest, against the Carolina Panthers. Secondary, Dave, you know the NFC East yourself here with Dallas. Big game on deck with Washington. What do you got?
Steve, this one could get ugly quick. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going CD. He's going in the 2 touchdown list. I have Michael Gallup at plus 500.
There you go.
He's going on the anytime for sure. It's not going to be a shock when he gets in the end zone. It's not like he doesn't. So he's going to go on the anytime, Steve. And then I'm also going to take Dallas to win both halves of the game. So first and second half. And you're getting actually a smaller plus number out of it, but it's still
I like
the plus number.
I like it. I like the win at halftime, win the game. That's definitely the case for this one today.
Absolutely. And they should be able to do it, Steve. So yeah, a couple different angles coming out of this one. Definitely on the props. And then we're going to go with the Cowboys just controlling the game.
I think this is just a game where you don't overthink it.
Exactly.
Kind of what you see on paper is almost what's going to happen here. Where I make a good case for the Raiders with Jacobs and Antonio Pierce turning the light on there in Vegas for the Raiders to be competitive in Miami today. I can't make that same case for Carolina.
No.
I've seen the Carolina Panthers play just about every game. They are one of the worst teams in football. Dallas rolling, so they should annihilate them. That's just the bottom line for the most part. Anthony, what do you got?
You guys haven't even brought up Tony Pollard yet.
Yeah, he's been missing in action. Plus 440 for Pollard for 2 touchdowns. And yes, if you want to make a do list, you got to throw Pollard on there as well.
So, yeah, this is one of the If you're gonna talk about all these guys and how amazing Dak's been, and don't get me wrong, CD Lamb has been very, very profitable for Anthony. But I'm gonna zag on this one. I'm not saying Lamb's not going to have a bad game. I'm not saying he's not going to get 11 targets, 12 targets, and get a bunch of scores. I'm going to actually roll the dice. And Pollard's, I'm actually cooking this one up right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Pollard's on the end zone twice.
Plus 440 for 2 for him. I'll throw Gallup out there at plus 4,000 for 2 touchdowns. Adam Thielen, plus 23 to 1. Let's see. Jake Ferguson, 22 to 1. There's your Chuba Hubbard, 14 to 1. CD, 7 to 1. Brandon Cooks, who we don't hear from ever, 21 to 1. Anthony, if you're going to take a big piece of Pollard, would you rather have him rushing or receiving props?
I'm just going to go with the rushing. He's going to get his catches. But if they're playing the Panthers, I know they're away, but if this is going to be the Pollard bounce back game, because what I'm doing right now is I'm pushing for Pollard to get at least 80 rushing yards and 2 scores.
So Pollard is plus 154 for 80 yards, plus 310 if you want to bump him up to 100 yards. 100 yards plus 310 if you want to bump it up to that. Plus 410 if you want to go 110. All right. So a Pollard day for Anthony. Yeah, and I'm not shifting gears on that one, as we've mentioned in the show. I'm kind of staying in the same gear with CD. They could both have a huge day, let's be honest. All right, boys, this is my lock of the week, which I've been fantastic at when I said if I need one best bet of the week for you to win on, then that's been a home run. So Tampa Bay was that play against Tennessee last week. Easy pickings with those guys. This week, it's going to be Houston, minus 5.5 over Arizona. I get it. Kyler Murray's back. They had a nice win against the Falcons. But let's face it, the Falcons are not the Texans. The Texans should be able to, again, if they face each other, which they already played, right? Didn't Atlanta beat them? Everyone's like, how did that happen? I think in the rematch, though, in Houston probably destroys Atlanta, to be honest. So here come the Cardinals. They got a little mojo. Now, that being said, I do love some James Conner props today. He's paying really good on, he's not paying the greatest. It's one of those scenarios where, man, that's a lot of yards to get like a little payback. Kind of why I think it's going to happen, because he is a powerful runner. And I was on the Conner bandwagon before he got hurt earlier in the year, and he did great. He was a great he's been running as hard as any running back in the league anyway when he plays. I'll just put it that way. But I think the Texans get all their numbers at home too. Del Grande loves this as the super shootout of the week. It is down now from 48.5 to 47.5 on the spread. So the money's coming in on the under. Del Grande made a case for Trey McBride as well. Again, the rushing props with Dave's quarterbacks. CJ Stroud now up to 10.5 rushing yards. So look, guys, we're moving lines all morning with everything we're talking about. Up from 6.5 to 10.5. CJ Stroud for his rushing yards. Wow, that's a big jump. I might be lying. It might be up from 7.5. It wasn't much, though. It was right around 7. So give me some receiving yards on Tank Dell. I'm going to take him again. He was money for me last week. I think it's just all the same with Houston again. Again, don't overthink this a little bit. Arizona Cardinals still in Kyler Murray mode a little bit. Wild card here, too. Where did DeMeco Ryans come from, right? San Francisco. So he knows Kyler Murray well. He knows and the 49ers have dismantled these guys in the past. So I haven't even brought up that angle either. So give me Houston all day. Take Houston on an alt line. Give me all the Houston numbers. If you want to bet Tank Dell over 56.5, Nico Collins now up to 59.5 as his number has jumped 3 yards here since the show had started. I bought in earlier too. Wow, good for me on that one. And give me some James Conner. And honestly, James Conner, 14.5 receiving yards. It seems low for him, but Del Grande made the case for the scrambling ability of Murray as well. But I think it's a green light for anything you want to do, Houston and James Conner. Anthony, your thoughts?
I just can't wait to watch this game. I have Nico Collins. he should play. I haven't seen anything about him being rolled out. Tank Dell right now is he amazing?
He's as good as any receiver in the NFL right now, honestly.
I mean, it's like I got an encore after watching him and Clayton Tune back in Houston last year. It's like rinse and repeat with Stroud and Nathaniel Dell, by the way. But it's amazing to watch these guys. I can't wait to watch this. Tank Dell is actually in one of my parlays. I'm going with him for 90 and a score. But if you're feeling it, you might as well jack it up because he has the ceiling to get 150 yards if he could, especially if this game is going to be the fireworks show that we're hoping for.
David?
So, Steve, you talked about moving the lines. That's exactly what I was doing while you were talking. So I think I'm going to move it up to 51.5. Probably just leave it right there for right now, not overthink it. And then something else that I want to do is each team for a touchdown in each half. We're expecting a lot of points here today. I think both teams, are certainly capable of that. So, each team to score in each half should not be asking a whole lot, Steve.
What's the payout on that?
Plus 120.
So a touchdown each team, each half?
Yep.
I mean, I think the Cardinals get on the board for sure. There you go, Dave.
Just keeping it simple in this one. We're expecting points.
Keep it simple. Yep.
So let's go with some stuff that makes sense with, points coming along.
Let's talk about something that makes no sense to me, and that's the line moving in the favor of the Browns. Now, I'm convinced, they always say the line moves because of how money comes in, but I think there's a secret society out there who will move a line to try to throw you off here. And I think that's the case here with Dorian Thompson-Robinson and the Cleveland Browns, where this line is now up to 2.5. Over under now up to 33.5 from 32.5 this morning. So buy back on the over here, and under 34 points combined, boys, since 2015 is 7-0 is my understanding on that. So interesting, weird game. I was expecting, and I told Nephew Dave a couple days ago, Anthony, this might be the system play of the road team turning into a favorite with the same or worse record, especially in the division. But that has not been the case. The money is coming on Cleveland. I have no idea why. I'm not taking anything Cleveland at all. I get it. They have a good defense. They do. Last time this game went over, boys, and it flew over. But that was mainly because of the defense. I think this is throwing meat to the wolves here for DTR. He's going to get a big dose of Mr. Watts right there in his face. I'm going to take the Steelers. I'm going to take them on an alt line because you're going to get paid out very nicely if you move the Steelers line, which I've already done this week. I've actually took them all the way up to 7.5 at a big number. Just on taking a chance here, they win, 21-13 or something like that, whatever the case may be. But I bought 6.5 as well at 3-1 odds. I just like that, the fact that less than 2 scores, I can get a big payout against a rookie quarterback. And the other thing I'm going to look at here, I do, Anthony, injury news. We got some Freiermuth back today. Is that correct? I see him listed here.
I believe so. I'm actually looking that up right now.
Plus 650 is not the worst number for Freiermuth to get a touchdown today, to be honest. So I'm going to maybe lock him in with a Pollard for 2 on a new ticket that Anthony's talking me into. So Freiermuth at plus 650 for a touchdown. But, boys, I got a little defensive guy going on here today as well. And if you're going to give me 8-1 on the Pittsburgh defense to score, I'm going to throw that in a little something as well. So give me the Steelers on the alt line. Give me Steelers defense. Give me a little Freiermuth. Hey, if Jalen Warren scores again today, I won't be shocked about that either, to be honest. David, what do you got?
No, Steve, he's been running the ball very well there for the Steelers. So definitely probably going to find his way onto my anytime list. The Steelers minus 5.5 for me is plus 222. Very enticing. And what I'm going to do initially, Steve, is take the money line for the Steelers, plus 110. But I just can't imagine, I guess because the Cleveland Browns are at home, why they're the favorite. Like you mentioned, yes, their defense is good, but so is Pittsburgh's. So we're gonna find out if this total can be reached. I'm a little worried about that, so that's not something that I'm gonna play, Steve. But the better one, I think, here is moving the line to 5.5 for the Steelers. You're getting a really, really juicy number on it, in my opinion.
The reason why we like 5.5 on the show too is you can walk that off in overtime.
Yep.
With a touchdown as well. Let's see here, Anthony. You are the expert, Pittsburgh native. You know this Steeler team well. Why is this line moving to the favor of the Browns? Are you a believer here in DTR? What do you got?
You know, it's funny. Every time you say DTR, I think you're saying Dorial Green Beckham. Remember him, through that receiver? Every time I hear Dorian, what is his name? Robinson?
Yes.
That was the guy from UCLA, right?
Yes.
I don't have much involvement in this game whatsoever. I'm not going against anyone in fantasy. I don't have anyone in fantasy. Actually, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make my own encore, and I'm trying to debate on what the correct score is going to be. And you know, it's funny. I always am a backer of 16-13. It's not even on the board. Cleveland should win this game.
That's a shame that's not on the board.
That is a shame that 16-13 is not even remotely on the board, and it's just depressing. So what should I do? Steelers 17, Browns 16 on a game-winning field goal? Or should I do 20-16 again?
Do it.
That's a sneaky over game, Anthony. There you go.
I mean, the over is 33. So how about this? You know what? Let's get an encore. Steelers 20, Browns 16.
There you go.
160-1.
All right. It's a low-scoring game. That still goes over for Anthony. How about Allen Robinson? He's done a complete disappearing act. We know Pickett's not the best quarterback, but 12-1 for Allen Robinson for a touchdown. And I'll just kind of throw that out only because of the fact that now Connor Hayward of 15-1 is kind of interesting in a weird way too. I forgot to mention Mechie. Maybe Nico is a little bit banged up, and there is no Noah Brown. Can Mechie for Houston at 6-1 at a nice big payout? I think he's plus 650 actually. Finally, get in the end zone, maybe get some more action where he's been very, very quiet. But you got to think at some point, especially if they're blowing the doors off of Arizona, that they might throw Mechie a bone here. You know it's coming. I like Freiermuth plus 650, Anthony. How about that?
I'm just double checking to make sure he's playing.
Hey, Najee Harris is plus 215 for a touchdown as well.
Not the worst.
That is not the worst bet right there. Yeah, he did, in fact, get, let's see, they activated him from the IR yesterday.
Okay, David. All right, so Freiermuth is good. David, Commanders, Giants. Commanders minus 9.5, over under 38.5. You guys fall in that category of, let's see, you are, when I look at the standings here, 4-6, and you're sitting 2 games out of the last wild card spot right now. So you're within striking distance, especially if Minnesota can lose today, Seattle can lose today. That all helps your cause, and you win at home. So big game for your Commanders. Give us the state of the union of your Washington franchise.
Well, Steve, it's from week to week. You see it again. I'm gonna be very short on this. The defense is absolute trash. Probably the worst in the league. We can score points. Sam Howell, very pleased with how he's progressed. Still takes, it takes a lot of sacks, which is something that he definitely needs to work on. But at the same time, the offensive line is probably not helping that cause a whole lot either, Steve. So I don't know. We'll see what happens today. I think this number is really, really low. The Giants' defense has looked to been playing a little bit better as of lately. That didn't show last week, obviously, but they played us pretty tight last time. But I think the over-under here of 38 is way too low. So we'll see if the defense can tighten it up, Steve. We'll have a decent day. If not, we'll probably be looking for fireworks in this one. I would have no problem moving this total up 10 to 12 points.
What do you got, Anthony?
Oh, by the way, I'm outside, so just let me know if I need to mute myself. Scary Terry. Rinse and repeat. I got Terry for 80 and a touchdown.
Anytime touchdowns today in this game are Robinson minus 125, Saquon plus 100. I like Saquon to score today, to be honest. I think the Giants get a few points, and it's going to be because of Saquon Barkley. Scary Terry, a nice number for one touchdown, a plus 190 for a straight up one. So that's going to be something I might add here on the ticket I have with Freiermuth and Pollard. Let's see. Logan Thomas, he can always get in at 3-1. 2 touchdown scores today in this game. Robinson 5-1, Saquon plus 650, which I don't think that's the worst number, to be honest. Del Grande loves the Saquon rushing props just because they're going to have to be force feeding him, to be honest. Think of it that. I mean, they literally are. And I mean, the Redskins are the right team to force feed Saquon Barkley too. Let's see, 2 touchdowns for McLaurin, 15-1. Dotson, 21-1. Crowder, 31-1. Curtis Samuel, 31-1. Logan Thomas, 31-1. It really drops off for the 2 touchdown scores. All the Commanders are like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Have 9 of the top 10 spots for favorites for 2 touchdown scores today. So what does that tell you? Darius Slayton at 90-1 for 2 touchdowns. If you want to talk crazy rushing props here, well, I guess I could see this. Tommy DeVito over 18.5 for his rushing props. I could see this guy getting scared and running too, but that is a lot of yards for him, to be honest. How about Sam Howell, 13.5? Does he take off and run, Dave? A little bit.
He
right?
certainly could, yeah.
So interesting little numbers there. If you want some low-hanging quarterback rush numbers, we talked about a few already. I'll tell you what. I'm just going to ride Saquon pretty hard here. And at even plus 260 to get 100 yards, I'm not going to roll that out as Saquon in a losing effort with a 100-yard rusher today. And my number is now up to 38.5. Is this over-under? So this has climbed 2 full points now here in the last 48 hours. My number said all week that this screams over for sure. So you can pump that up and get a big number now, just paying, if you want to go alternate total points. I just see Washington as a natural over team at this point of the stage of the season. Alternate total points. And the Giants had an over game last week with the Cowboys. They gave up a ton of points, still got 17 themselves. But you get 4-1 odds if this game can climb to 51 points somehow. So you get a big offensive effort here by Washington, which they are very capable of doing. The Giants give you a little bit. You can get a nice big payout if you pump this number up some. So we'll see how that plays out.
We got a nice weekly special too, Steve.
What's that?
Brian Robinson for 150+ rushing and receiving yards at plus 600.
Robinson in the air and on the ground. Okay, I'm thinking Robinson heavy
for 150+. I mean, he had some big plays last week, so that should be something that you can maybe take a look at.
Especially, yes, against the Giants for sure. All right, boys. If I have a number 2 lock of the week, I think it's this one. I think the Bears are just in a bad spot overall. Detroit's got a lot of mojo going. The locker room celebrations for Lions are man, they make you want to get all hyped up and suit up yourself, as I used to in my old rugby days. But Dan Campbell's awesome. He's a great motivator, and there will be plenty of motivation for the Lions at home today. And the Vikings have kept it close here, so the Lions have no room for complacency with the Vikings within hand's reach again of the division lead with their nice run. So they're going to bank on hopefully Minnesota losing tonight. They'll have to take care of business today. I think they can name their number. If you want to take the Lions over their team points at 28.5, which sounds ridiculously high, I have no issue doing that today. In fact, I think that number might be up. Yeah, 28.5 is where it's sitting at right now. Now, I think the Bears get some points because they run around. They can be a fun team as well. So if there's some long shot numbers, like a Cole commit to get to, I'm going to play that in my long shot tight end parlay or whatever. I got one where you can't even bet a 4-game parlay because even 10 cents is too rich for the sports book on the payout. So you're stuck with the 2s and the 3s. I think I got like 7 big high paying price guys in there. Cole Kmet's one of them. But the one I like here, I think the most, and I'm going to jump on Del Grande's. I'm going to jump on his train on this one because it makes a lot of sense to me. Is that we're trending the right way with Jameson Williams. We just are. 19.5 is his receiving prop. He is a home run hitter. Talking about hitting home runs. If he can just hit that one home run today, if he can just hit it, you're going to get paid very, very nicely. In a game in which the Lions should have a lot of points, I just think this is possible. Jameson Williams for 50-plus yards today is over 4-1, plus 640 for 60. 70 yards is plus 880. 2 touchdowns for him today. If he hit the multiple home run angle on this, is going to be a huge payout as well. 2 touchdowns for him. Now, again, he could have 0 catches, but they're trying to get him the ball. In fact, he had the touchdown called back last week on a penalty. 43-1 are the odds for 2 touchdowns for Williams. So I threw him in my long shot and some kind of long shot, little crazy parlay too. But I could see it all, boys. I could see Gibbs having a big day. I could see Montgomery. I could see St. Brown. I could see it all. So Detroit heavy. If Chicago throws a little bit into the mix, they do as well. 47.5 is probably too low as well. And if you want to do an alt line with the Lions here to win by like 12.5 or something like that, I think all that is complete fair game. Okay, Ant, what do you got on this one?
It's David Montgomery all day. And you know why? Guess who he played for last year?
The Bears, yeah, revenge game for Montgomery. Good point.
Good call.
See, that's why we do
Good
this on
call.
That's why we do this on the show.
Yeah.
A revenge game for Montgomery, so we'll throw him in the mix somewhere along the line today as well.
I'm on St. Brown did well for me last week. I wouldn't be surprised if he does it again. I think they're going to divvy it around. I heard all your points with Jameson Williams, but he's either going to catch 1 pass or 2 passes for 60-some yards and a touchdown, or he's not going to get anything. He's boomer bust. I think they're going to incorporate Sam Laporta just a hair more. He's actually been very good for a rookie tight end, but I think they're going to try to incorporate him. Plus, these Lions, they're pretty good at home. This isn't on the road. They're not playing in Chicago. They're in the Dome. This is like Thanksgiving light right now because obviously they're playing next Thursday. But I love myself some David Montgomery against his old team. I wouldn't be surprised if Laporta can squeak a touchdown. And, of course, I'm on Ross St. Brown in there as well. On the other side, I believe Justin Fields is back.
Yes, Fields is back. Yep.
Oh.
So I wouldn't be surprised if DJ Moore squeezed something in. But I've already done one of my same game parlays. I have Montgomery for 70 yards and a touchdown. And I have Cole Kmet for 60 yards and a touchdown.
Justin Fields, 27-1 for 2 touchdowns for him. DJ Moore 15-1, Laporta Potty 12-1, St. Brown 6-1. Let's see, David Montgomery plus 420. That's probably what I'll end up adding at the end of the day. Is I'll just take Montgomery for 2. David, what do you got?
So, Steve, you took that right out of me. I have Montgomery for 2, and then I'm going to go with the Lions for over 3.5 touchdowns today.
Yeah, that's
all plus numbers right there. You're still getting plus numbers for Lions to put up, quite a few touchdowns. I mean, that's 4 touchdowns. Now that they should be able to do that, but this is the NFL. This is the professional high-grade football, so sometimes 4 touchdowns can be hard to get to. But I think they can do it today, Steve, so give me 3.5 for them and Montgomery for 2.
The thing here is you have a very trustworthy Jared Goff, which leads the way for all this to happen, to be honest. Okay. Big day for the Lions at home, it looks like. Let's get to the 49ers and Buccaneers because – again, huge money on the 49ers. It looks like 13.5, 41.5. This is the lone 4:05 Eastern Standard Time game. So we're in a late window now as we near 11 o'clock a.m. here on the Round Robin, here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Stephen Murray, Nephew Dave, the Ant-Man, all here in studio. Let's see here. Well, I'll let you guys start. Anthony, go ahead and tell me about the 49ers and Buccaneers in your mind.
Well, San Fran's they've been kind of lackluster, to say the least, the past few weeks. I know what they did against Jacksonville. Was it last week or was it?
Yes.
Last week or 2 weeks ago.
They dismantled them last week, which my biggest take was Trevor Lawrence just didn't stand a chance. I mean, their defense set them up for success completely. But Purdy has a lot of weapons to use, and everyone's healthy here. I mean, that's the key. Debo and Trent Williams back in action.
Yeah, as long as you have those guys, then Brock Purdy looks like a superstar. Without him, he looks like Zach Wilson. But what I will say though is, who's that Redskins defensive lineman who just got traded to them? Who's that guy, Dave?
Chase.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he's pretty good. He's still pretty good. And now he plays for San Francisco. In a goofball parlay that I'm going to play, and I haven't figured it out yet. I'm actually going to have the 49ers to have a defensive touchdown.
I got that. I have it. I have the Niners for a touchdown. In fact, I took them for 2, and I do have Baker to throw a pick. I've added all that, and again, that's some Dave Del Grande stuff. But he's right there. He's boots on the ground in San Francisco, so he knows them more than anyone. I think the Buccaneers can have some success.
Going to throw the ball. He is a gunslinger. He will throw the ball. He does not. He's not conservative at all. He's going to throw the ball every chance he can. I mean, temper your expectations with the Tampa Bay receiving guys, but I mean, you can always throw Evans in. I mean, I'm not doing what I did with Evans last week, but maybe Chris Godwin for his receiving receptions. Because I feel like there's going to be a lot of dink and dunk.
The other one that we should actually look at here, which I've been good with on this, and I'll let you go here in a second, Nephew Dave, but since Anthony's bringing it up here, I would take a shot here with, let's see here. Do I have an alternate number on him? I have receptions. Do I get yards? Well, I'm talking about Rashad White here. I just have a number on his receptions, but I could see him having like 6 receptions at plus 205 or something like that. I'd rather get him in the yards. So I think if you want to keep it simple that way, you're going to have to take it straight up. But Rashad White over 25.5 yards isn't the worst play in the world either if you want to go straight solo on something. Godwin is over 53.5, Anthony, since you mentioned him, and I do like that. His alternate receptions for Godwin, if we can pull those up. Yep, I got them. 8 receptions for Godwin is plus 370. 6 receptions plus 128.
I like the Godwin angle. I just think there's veteran experience here on Tampa Bay. Yes, they're going to be prone to the gunslinger mistakes that you just mentioned. A gunslinger can do, Anthony. But again, it's just a veteran team on offense and defense. That's why I think they can actually score some today. I think the sneaky play here might be the over, honestly, because the 49ers could get that themselves if the case dictates it. Especially if the Tampa Bay is turning the ball over. The alternate number off the regular 41.5 is, let's see here. I think the Niners get in the 30s, and I think Tampa Bay gets close to 20 anyway, at least 17. I'm going to give Tampa Bay credit for. I know Del Grande thinks it's lower scoring than that, but I can get over 3-1 odds at over 51.5 points. Where the Niners can, and talk about home run ability. I mean, they have it. We haven't even mentioned Christian McCaffrey. Shame on us. Shame on us. I mean, if anyone's due for a bounce back game because he didn't score last week, it's Christian McCaffrey. So how do you not take him for at least maybe a couple of touchdowns today as well? Minus 220 for one touchdown for McCaffrey. 2 touchdowns for Christian McCaffrey. Is plus 240. And in my long shot tight end parlay, go ahead and throw me some George Kittle in there, 13-1. David, what do you got?
So, Steve, not going to do much with this one, but give me some Ayuk today. I think he's got a pretty good number definitely for one. Oh, I'm on the wrong.
2 touchdowns, I'd see 12-1.
Yep.
And then
I think it was you had to go up to 80 yards to get a plus number out of his receiving, but I like him today for 1. I think that's
that's a safer bet than the yards. I think plus 155.
So he's going to find his way on my anytime, and I'm just going to kind of take that away from this one. Something tells me, this should be a pretty nice win by San Fran, but I think sneakily Tampa Bay could cover that number, Steve.
Deebo Samuel rushing yards, 12.5. A chance to go over that, I think, too, to be honest, today. You might see him get the handoff here just a hair more. McCaffrey on his alternate rushing yards today, plus 270 if he gets 100 yards. I feel more comfortable like 80 yards, a plus 140. I think that's maybe doable. But again, Tampa Bay does have a little bit of defense here. So I think they'll get challenged more likely here. Let Purdy maybe try to play with his toys. And I do like the touchdown passer numbers for some of these guys. And this is going to be an over game. Then give me the Purdy alternate touchdowns as well. 3 touchdowns for Purdy, which has been a nice little play for me when he does play, is at plus 300. So I'm going to round robin him with a couple other quarterbacks. Let's go ahead and throw Purdy on that list. I'll throw Dak on that list as well. We talked about him earlier. Any of the other quarterbacks, your boy Howell's a threat to do that for sure today for 3 touchdowns, David. And then the other guy, Stroud, I think has a good shot for 3+ touchdowns today as well. And you know what? Maybe throw Herbert in that mix as I anticipate a big day for him passing. This is the best payout you're getting on Herbert all year, to be honest. So give me Purdy, give me everything here. Green light for most of the fantasy stuff, and what should be an obscure, but maybe not so obscure over for me. Because the Buccaneers offense, when I crunched the numbers this week, is better than that kind of advertised, to be honest. When I look at things, so maybe they can get it going here. Beautiful day in Levi Stadium. All right. Anything else on this, boys?
Nope.
All right.
No.
425, Bills and Jets. They're going to run Josh Allen more, guys. I'm convinced of that today. The line up to 8.5 now for Buffalo. So this thing is skyrocketing this morning. 39.5 is the total. Give me the Josh Allen props today. Rushing. Give me his touchdowns as well. I think he scores once, might score twice. 10-1. I know there's no trust in Buffalo, but man, this is a buy low spot for sure in my mind. That, like I said earlier, I was the first Josh Allen hater. Now they're all over the place. No, I'm telling the haters to stop hating. All right, so if that makes any sense, I love this number. I already have it played from my earlier bet week when I was looking at 5 sure things, which include the Cowboys team over, Houston, Pittsburgh, and the Lions. I threw this on for the 4 o'clock capper. Give me Bills over 23.5 points for the game as the Jets. Good defense. Yes, above average. Are they the greatest? Not really. They gave up a lot of touchdowns still. And you know what? Their offense is bound to give Buffalo fantastic field position to be able to score because the Jets are anemic on offense. They're one of the worst offensive teams in the league to me, with the exception of Mr. Breece Hall. It's literally him or nothing. So give me Josh Allen. Give me the Bills. Josh Allen stands up for himself this week. New play caller here for Buffalo too. You guys don't have any trust in the Bills. We've talked about it. No one has trust in the Bills. That's fine. I'm going to jump on the bandwagon here one more time. What about you, David?
So, Steve, I'm looking at if the Jets can get some points. You always talk about Breece Hall. He's at 165 over here for me for any time. But I would also look at a Garrett Wilson touchdown at plus 220. He seems to, every time they throw the ball, it seems to be to him. It seems like he might be the only trustworthy set of hands over there. But I'll tell you what I really like, and I always use them in the Bills games. Give me some Gabe Davis plus 235 for one, Steve. But I've seen him do this a couple times, and this is what's interesting to me. The first touchdown score at 11-1, Steve, I would also be willing to take a shot on that.
You got Sauce Gardner over there on Stephon Diggs all day.
Exactly.
So you got to figure this is a Davis angle for sure. So good looking there, David. Anthony, what do you got?
I actually love that call, David. I was actually debating on doing it myself. But I'm going to zig, then zag, and then zig again. And here's why. Because everyone is thinking, Stephon Diggs, he did crappy against Denver. And then his brother, what's the guy from the Cowboys? He tweeted,
Trayvon Diggs, yes.
Get my brother out of Buffalo. Here's the thing, and I know what you said about the Bills and Josh Allen, but guess what? Josh Allen's still pretty damn good. I just think they don't know who they are, and they don't have their own identity. So hopefully they can get back to the well, because frankly, for both of these teams, this is a must-win game for both. And I know, Anthony, you're comparing the Bills to the Jets, blah, blah, blah. But guess what? In the Jets organization's mind, they still think that if they are at least in the running, that Aaron might come back. Even if it's impossible, we all get that. He tore his Achilles and the 4 plays into the game. But in the Jets' mind, there's still that glimmer of hope that Aaron can come back. So this is a must-win game for the Jets. And we kind of saw the Bills stink against Russell Wilson last week. Those situations, identical. I love Stephon Diggs. I already put it in. 80 yards and a touchdown. I don't care if Sauce is guarding him or not.
So Anthony's going to go back to Diggs when he's talking about shifting gears and then throwing it right back into fourth gear to get that extra little horsepower there with Diggs. Okay, good stuff, boys. 23.5 team points for Buffalo. That's the best bet for me overall. I just think that happens. They get to 24 against the Jets. All right, Rams and Seahawks, 425, the last of the day games. It's whenever you think this is an over game, it's always been under. Whenever you think it's the Seahawks, it's always the Rams. The Rams are 1.5 point favorites. The over-under is 45.5. I think coming off the bye week with Matthew Stafford back in the fold, a little bit of practice, maybe a little bit extra work with Mr. Cooper Kupp. Let's see. Do we have a Cooper Kupp alternate receptions? Man, they won't give it to us. It's like they know it's going to happen. they have alternate receptions for everyone except for Cooper Kupp, which is crazy to me because he's going to get a ton of targets. I'm not willing to take his receiving yards, but I'll take him for a score or two today at some point. Definitely going to take him for 2 in like a McCaffrey play for sure later. Does Puka get back involved? I would not doubt it. But Puka for 70 yards now is minus 112. I mean, he needs to do a lot to get paid a little now. Is Puka really up on that level? We haven't seen it lately, so I'd be hesitant in that regard. That being said, you're still getting good numbers on Tutu Atwell, who is the spoiler play when the Rams do have success, which I think they will today. But I'm just going to keep it simple, boys, and I'll probably get burned by it later on. But give me the Rams at home on the alt line here to beat Seattle, and I think they can do that. Not super convincingly. Here's the thing. Geno Smith is just a statue, and at minus 130 for a sack, give me Aaron Donald to get a sack today. All right, but give me the Rams as well because they're going to have a little bit of trouble moving the ball. I think at the end of the day, compared to what the Rams can output on offense, minus 9.5 is plus 285 for the Rams to just win that game by 10 points. So almost 3-1. If you're going to make me take someone here for the anytimer, for one for the Seahawks, I'll take Kenneth Walker at plus 125. I'll do that all day for sure. Does he get 2? He might. And he might be all the points that Seattle gets today. And if we do the combined numbers, and this was before last week, guys, I was a little buzzed here at 4 o'clock, so I kind of lost focus on what Seattle was doing late. But before last week, in their 10 games combined or whatever it was, just 7 combined touchdowns for Lockett, Metcalf, and Smith and Jigba. So it's been Kenneth Walker, the one who's been the bringing home the prizes here as far as touchdowns go. So at 8-1 for 2 touchdowns today, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world either. But give me the Rams. I think they win this game something like 30-20, 27-17, maybe even 24-14 in that neighborhood. But better offense for the Rams today than the Seahawks. If this game goes under, I wouldn't be shocked either, to be honest. Anthony, I'll start with you.
I'm keeping it simple. Up for 90 in a score. I'm probably going to make another one where he gets 110 in a score. Don't care about the receptions. If Stafford's back, Cooper Kupp's the wide receiver 1 this week. I understand what's going on with Puka. He's been fantastic, of course. He's kind of dropped off. That's why I'm just going back to the well with Stafford and Kupp. Actually, I might actually revise that 90 yards in a score. I might actually shift it to 110. But you're going back there. I don't mind DK Metcalf. It's funny. I just made a trade in my home league. I owned DK Metcalf for a total of 2.5 hours. And I traded for him, and then everyone barked at me, said I want him, and I looked at DK's schedule the next couple weeks, and it ain't pretty. So this could be the get right game for Metcalf. I wouldn't be surprised if he got 70 in a score. I'm actually going to write that down. As far as your over score, what's the over at? 40 what? 6?
Now down to 45.5.
So you're looking at a 24-21 kind of score, huh?
Yep.
It's just a matter of which team it's going to be.
It could be 34. It could be 34-21 or something. I wouldn't doubt if this game gets legs and goes over because Stafford has a big day passing. In fact, I did add him to the quarterback passing touchdowns of 3. So I'm expecting it to go through the air with Stafford today. Easy conditions inside that stadium as well. You always got to keep that in mind. So, yes, potential low-hanging fruit.
Low-hanging fruit there, but I like myself Metcalf and Kupp. But if you want to pivot and go with the running game, Kenneth Walker has the capability to score, 80 yards and 2 touchdowns, frankly.
The other thing that we could do today is if you wanted to double up here on the ticket I got with Aaron Jones and Eckler for 50 yards receiving, each for a touchdown, you could throw Cooper Kupp on there for a touchdown, and you're over 81.5 yards, Anthony. And now that $10 is paying $1,000.
Interesting angle.
Yeah. And if you wanted to add on the other side, would you rather have Walker or would you rather have DK? I would think Kenneth Walker's the more reliable one than DK.
I think Walker's more reliable.
All right.
He at least has a floor. Metcalf could no. Walker's got a higher floor and ceiling.
So we'll just take Walker for 60 yards in this one. So yeah, if you take Walker for a touchdown, 60 yards rushing, you take Coop for 81 receiving and a touchdown, Jones and Eckler for a touchdown and 50 yards receiving each. $10 now pays $2,890. So there you go. There's your superstar parlay of athletes where you don't need to have a lot to happen, and you just need a touchdown each.
Right.
And just flavor up some yards there. Not even extreme. You're just asking for 50. Jones on the receiving yards is the wild card, let's be honest. The other way you could do that too is if you have him on here, you can do round robin style. And this gives you all kinds of options for 2-game parlays. So you can actually win your money back if you do like just 50 cents on the twos. And you do 50 cents on the 8. Well, I don't know. I don't know if you want to do it that way. Less is better in that regard. You want to get some threes involved there, not just a bunch of twos. So X-nay that idea. But all right, I can see all that happening. I'm going to have to do something with that. Even if it's just for like $3 or something for all those guys. $3 pays $867. You know, it's not like you're asking to throw $1 million down to win almost $900. Just $3 on all those guys. That's again Walker for a touchdown, Kenneth Walker, Cooper Kupp, Aaron Jones, Austin Eckler, Cooper over receiving yards, Walker 60 yards rushing, 50 yards receiving for Eckler and Aaron Jones. Well, we expect Green Bay and the Chargers to be very high scoring. Maybe. We're hoping it is.
Hopefully.
With Seattle and the Rams, but at least we're relying on the two best commodities for sure. Okay. David?
So, Steve, I found your Cup receptions.
Okay.
It's over 7.5 for plus 135.
What's he for 10? Do you have an alternate number?
I do not have the alternate number.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking for.
Okay.
I was looking for the alternate number.
No alternate number, and
because he's bound to have 12 catches today.
Well, I'm gonna do something with that. That's gonna be the one thing I take away. I think he can get his 8 receptions. Certainly, if he's gonna get that much yardage, you would think that the reception count is gonna be on the higher side. So, Steve, that's what I'm gonna do here. All the other stuff really just I don't know. This game doesn't pop out at me.
Another game that doesn't pop out will be tonight's game. The Vikings in Denver, where we could have rain late. That's kind of unknown. Josh Dobbs, a nice rags to riches story. Great story. Love the coach for Minnesota, too. Like him a lot better than Sean Payton. I'll say that. But, you have to give the Broncos some credit here for turning their season around. We usually see some teams that have been bad who turn up being good teams by the season's end. And Denver is at least trending that way. Now, are they that here in a very deep AFC? Maybe not. This is just a tough spot for Minnesota here in Mile High. It just is a night game. They've had such a good run here. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's because of the Flores defense and the fact that Denver has been better on defense as well. I think this game just kind of is mucked up a little bit. And I would not doubt that it's under, which is trending on the point spread, down from 42.5 to 41.5. So give me the under here. If I have a good day, I'll probably play the alternate under. If I do that, I'm getting like almost 2-1 at under 36.5, which I think is going to be a fair number. I think 20-16 is this game, somewhere in that area. I think this could just be tough sledding for points tonight. So when I say it that way, I really don't have an angle on the props. If you're going to make me find one prop, then I'll do this one. And this has been, I think, a fair one here in recent weeks. But Russell Wilson over 23.5 yards is bound to scramble from the Vikings defense and get over that for a rushing total. But besides that, I don't have much at all. Maybe Dobbs too, 30.5. You can parlay both of those guys together for rushing tonight if you want to do it that way. But besides that, I don't think I have anything. Anthony?
I'm not going to watch 1 second of this game. I'm not watching 1 second of this game. I'm going to take a shot, pop 2 double turnings, and go to sleep and get ready for work tomorrow.
David?
I wasn't listening to one thing you said.
I didn't say much. I said take the under because you're probably go to bed.
The only thing I can actually say about this game is that Alexander Madison is on track to play. So for all you people who decided to waste all your fab on what's his name, Ty Chandler,
right.
good job. Because it was all for nothing.
David?
So Steve, yeah, we're just gonna. I don't really have anything for this at the moment, but you got to think maybe if they're expecting some rain, they're gonna pound the ball a little bit more, both teams. So just give me the fail safe on this one, the old safety net here of both teams for a rushing touchdown at plus 150.
Yeah, all right, that's fair. I think that's fair for sure. Let's see here. All right, we'll get off this game. Fun game tomorrow night. Eagles and the Chiefs. Dave, I'll let you start.
All right, Steve. So this is going to be – I've been looking at this one, and I'm not quite sure. Of course, this is being slow on me, so we're pulling it up now. Now, why did it –
I'll read off the anytime touchdown.
All right, yeah.
Minus 130 for Kelsey because everyone wants to know that. Plus 115 for Hurts, who could be hurt, like Joe Burrow was hurt. Isaiah Pacheco, I say that because he's been hobbling around. Pacheco plus 110, A.J. Brown plus 120, Swift plus 150. Rashid Rice, he may be the new number one at some point here. He's trying to be the little engine that could style for Kansas City, plus 200. Devontae Smith plus 230. Mahomes plus 450. That's actually a good number for Mahomes. Sky Moore plus 550. There's Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who doesn't play at all, plus 750. Kenneth Gainwell plus 600. How about Julio Jones at plus 850 as a sneaky play? Kadarius Toney all the way down to 9-1 for an anytime touchdown score here. 45.5 to total, 2.5 for the game. What do you got, Dave?
Steve, I like A.J. Brown to get in for 140. Maybe a little Jalen Hurts down by the goal line. You know, they got that stupid little shove that they do that everybody's doing now. So I think honestly, Steve, this could be, a pretty good Monday night game. Still not sold really on the Chiefs defense. Philly's defense is, pretty good, I would say, but I still think we could see some points here. It's still Mahomes and Kelsey. I've always liked little Pacheco. I had him on my fantasy team this year. So really, Steve, I think we could do anything with the touchdown scores and maybe some passing props is something that I would also look for in this one.
I don't know if it's minus money, but your touchdown in each half by each team might be the way to go here, to be honest.
So let's take a look at that, Steve. We'll go over to the game props. And for each team to have a touchdown.
Rematch of the Super Bowl, by the way.
Right. So let's see. We're finding that each team for a touchdown in each half is at plus 160, actually.
Oh, that's a layup.
Now that you're saying that, Steve, I think that is something that we have to take.
Yeah. That will be a straight play tomorrow night if we get to that point. Anthony, what do you got?
I just can't wait to watch it. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to throw some bets in there, but frankly, there's no one you can't not bet. You want to throw in Julio, be my guest. You want to throw in McKinnon, be my guest. I mean, you want to throw Hurts for the push, that's what they call it, Dave. Be my guest. A.J. Brown, you can make the argument he's the best receiver in the NFL right now, despite what CeeDee Lamb and Tyreek Hill say. But A.J. Brown's an absolute menace. Just throw everyone in there. But like I said, it's going to be Monday night. I'm just going to enjoy sitting on the couch and making popcorn because, just like you said about a minute ago, the Super Bowl rematch shows 38-35. There's going to be fireworks. Just throw people in there.
The Super Bowl, I had Kelsey for 2, Hurts for 2, and I should have won it. Kelsey only had the 1 touchdown. Hurts was fantastic in that game. Because of his injuries, I'm reluctant to think he's going to run a lot more than he is, unless they do the push there. But give me some A.J. Brown and Kelsey maybe for 2 each, because that's going to be a fantastic payout once you parlay plus 950 to plus 500. Kelsey plus 500, A.J. Brown plus 950 for 2. How about Patrick Mahomes for 2 at 49-1 odds?
Wow.
Yeah, if you really want to do something fun later on, you could do Mahomes for 2 and Josh Allen for 2 and see what you come up with at the end of the day. Seriously. I don't know. Fun game overall. Okay, boys. Good job breaking down the slate. Let's go ahead and cue up the best sounder in podcast history, as we'll do our best bets in the minute. But right now, let's go for 2. Our 2 touchdown scores of the afternoon. And I'll cue up the slate myself. I will go first on this.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a Ric Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice. Like,
I'm going to go get the papers.
All right. So all day long, in fact, I might even popcorn parlay this because I did it with 1. But why not take Aaron Jones and Eckler for both for 2 in that game in Green Bay? And if you want to add on their combined receiving rush yards to really juice that guy up, by all means, go for it. Give me Derrick Henry for 2 at a nice big 13-1. Give me a sneaky play on Josh Jacobs for 2 as the Raiders sneakily get points in Miami to keep that closer. I'll hop on CeeDee Lamb for 2 because he's just going to pile it on. Love me some Tank Dell for 2 potentially today as well. Long shot on Logan Thomas, but McLaurin's a nice price if you want to go that route. Let's see. McCaffrey gets 2. I think he gets back on the board with that. Give me Josh Allen rushing for 2 touchdowns. I mentioned that just a few minutes ago. I'm good with that. Cooper Kupp, very likely, I think, to get 2 touchdowns as well. What do you got, Anthony? 2 touchdown guys. Who are your best?
If we're just going to do the 2 touchdowns,
yes.
I've only done 1. I may only just stick with 1 because, when you do these 2 touchdown props, because we all know that some goofball with the last name of like Walters is going to score 2 touchdowns that we never heard of. So I'm going to keep it simple, but this is one of my $10 freebies. I got Tyreek Hill for 2. I'm going back. I'm sticking with my gut on this. They've been talking about him all week. Tony Pollard. And you guys know I already love myself some David Montgomery in the revenge game. But what I did was I not only did 2 touchdowns, but I also added the yardage. Because they're going to score 2 touchdowns. You're probably going to get some yardage, right? So I got Tyreek Hill for 102 touchdowns. Pollard for 80 and 2 touchdowns. Montgomery for 80 and 2 touchdowns. $10 pays you $11,000.
All right, so that's Montgomery, Pollard, and who else? Tyreek?
Montgomery, Pollard, and Tyreek Hill. And I added the yardage. You don't have to add the yardage, but I added Hill for 100, Pollard and Montgomery for 80 yards apiece.
Give me a fourth one. Give me one more that you can dig out. Scary Terry?
No, he's not. He doesn't score twice. If I'm going to take anyone to score twice, pick someone between
Tank Dell
or Kenneth Walker.
All right, Cooper Walker.
What is real with Tank Dell? I mean, actually, has Tank Dell scored twice at all this year? Let me look that up.
I think yes. I believe he definitely has.
He did it against Tampa Bay in Week 9.
Okay.
He's only done it once.
Okay. And Cup and Walker do it all the time, so they'd be better bets for sure. Okay. Nephew Dave, what do you got?
Real quick, and to be dead honest, if you want to go safe, just throw McCaffrey in there.
Yeah, true.
Right.
Yeah, true. All right. That'll be the plan on that. Okay. David, what do you got?
All right, Steve. Today, 2 touchdowns. We're going to go with
CeeDee Lamb,
David Montgomery, get a little Tank Dell in there, and then we're going to go back
with a Brian Robinson Jr. 2 touchdowns against the Giants today.
I think a lot of points to be had in that game. So, yes, very, very possible. All right, Anthony, do you have 1 or 2 best bets, 3 best bets besides the guys you mentioned? Obscure receiving yards, anything? What do you got?
This is a smaller one, 10 pays, 1.6. I got Laporta for 50 and a touchdown, Nico Collins for 80 and a score, Cup for 90 and a score, Stephon Diggs for 80 and a score. 10 gets you 1.6. And I wrote this down, so when I come over in a little bit, I'll just show you guys this. I hate that I did. I hate that I did this, but I'm just going to go with it because this could be the Christian Watson game. It could completely blow up in my face. But I've already made the bet, so I'm going to tell you it right now. Christian Watson for 80 in a score, Jalen Waddle for 70 in a score, Tank Dell for 90 in a score, and Scary Terry for 70 in a score. $10 pays you $6,000. Well, 5.8. And then my last one. It's kind of a same game. I actually don't know what I was thinking of when I did this, but here we go. Devontae Adams for 90 in a score. Just because the Raiders have been stinking recently doesn't mean that Devontae Adams still isn't their number 1 target. They're playing against Miami. They're probably going to be losing. Devontae's going to be getting the ball. Hopefully Jimmy G could actually hit him instead of throwing to the stands like he did that Monday night game.
or Aiden O'Connell, but I got you.
Oh, right. I forgot. The Rhode Island State Trooper is the quarterback, isn't he?
Yes.
I totally forgot about that. It's just how much I've been paying attention. Look, Adams for 90. I'm going to go back with David Montgomery for 70 and just 1 score. Cole Kmet for 60 in a score. So, Justin Fields is coming back. Cole Kmet is just that one random dude who he doesn't do anything. I don't know if you've ever watched any of his highlights. He doesn't run routes. He just kind of like spins and then he's randomly open 30 yards down the field. I'm hoping that happens again. And I'm going to go back with Tony Pollard. I got him for 80 in a score. That 10 pays you 3,400.
Nice.
So, and like I said, I wrote all these down when I come over in about an hour or so. Actually, I might just bring my notebook over. You guys can look at it.
I got it jotted down. I wrote it all down right now. Okay.
Damn, you're fast writing.
Yep. I'm an English minor, man. I'm a media guy, Anthony. We're all fast writers. Okay, David, what do you got?
All right, Steve, we're going to start off here. We're going to have some other stuff, but we're going to start off with the Chargers and Packers to both have a rushing touchdown. We're going to go with the Cowboys to win in both halves of their game. The Cardinals and the Texans to each score in each half. Steelers on the money line. I think that's pretty good today, Steve. And then we're going to close it out with over 3.5 total field goals made. Tennessee Jags, let's go field goal kickers.
All right. I love it. Okay. My absolute best play of the day, if you need one thing one thing you want to root for, and that's it. You want to take your $50, put it straight on one bet. That's the way you do things. Give me the Texans right now at -5.5 to beat the Cardinals. That is your number one pick of the day, as well as my survivor. But that being said, I'll outline Houston. Second best play for me, I like Detroit. Outline them. Also, I'm going to fade the line movement of the Browns. I'm not going to buy it. I haven't heard anyone, at least in my studies, say that they're going to take Pittsburgh. Everyone's taking Cleveland. So give me the Steelers. I'll move them to an all line as well. Cowboys over team points, 26.5 seems easy to me. Bills over 23.5 team points seems easy to me. So those are the game numbers I like. Over under wise, total wise, Chargers Packers over game. If you want to outline any of these, go for it. Sneaky one with the Commanders and the Giants. Also Lions and Bears get there, I think. Sneaky one with the 49ers and the Bucks. I think that gets there as well. Yeah, I could see over in the Houston game, but I think it's more Houston than Arizona. That could be 48-28 for sure, or 48-24, double them up. But the lowest hanging fruit, I think, of those totals is, just Chargers-Packers has a weird feel to be a high-scoring game. It just does. That's what the Chargers do. Literally. And just quick prop-wise here, give me the receivers for the Packers on low numbers. Give me Quentin Johnson for the Chargers on a very low number over. Give me Josh Jacobs over his number, rushing yards. Go ahead and give me Saquon Barkley over under on his rushing yards, as he will be force-fed the ball. Let's see. What else I want to stay as a standout play, maybe. Josh Allen. He's going to have a good game today. Just one touchdown in his rushing yards if you want to do it that way. Big day for Kupp. You guys mentioned that. I agree as well. I agree with the McCaffrey stuff as well. And everyone get a good night's sleep here when the Vikings and the Broncos kick it off at 8:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, boys, we're after 11:30. Fantastic in-depth episode. If you need to rehear our picks segment before kickoff, or you want to get Dave Del Grande, just go ahead and hit deepend757.com for replay. We will do a Thanksgiving Thursday special, boys, right?
Right.
So let's figure that to be 8 o'clock work for everyone.
Yeah, that's
early enough. Let's get it out of the way.
Yeah.
8 o'clock start time for the round robin Thursday football Thanksgiving. What the Puck Tuesday night here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Good luck, everyone.